church. Go.
Why they got these gates locked? These gates locked. So you know how to walk.
Which gates?
Over there.
I don't know what kind of gates they got over there.
You got the regular gate, you got the lock.
They have like fobs, key fobs.
I'm trying to find out what the about
Hey then,
I have something. Let me show you
Brent.
something.
I gotta take Aaron outside. Can Aiden sit right here?
All right.
I gotta take Aaron
I
outside.
didn't want to bother you.
Okay, so it's later on.
Yeah, I recognize that. After I looked up at you.
Okay. Yeah.
Hollywood heroes. No, you know what?
You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Pastor Parker wants you to pray.
I know.
Take care of Pastor and show up. I seen him one time in the last 6 months.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have all members in place, present and accounted for. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
This meeting of your Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order. We give the floor to Councilman Parker to introduce this evening's invocation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to introduce to you Bishop Antonio Gibson of the New Experiences Church of Christ in Pontiac. Bishop Gibson, please come and do our invocation for us.
Most gracious and eternal Father, we come say thank you first of all, God, for being so good and so kind to each and every one of us, oh God, giving us life, health, and strength in our bodies, oh God, a mind to work together, God, to please you in your sight, oh God. I ask, oh God, as they bring this city council meeting into order, oh God, that they be doing kingdom business, oh God. Let them know, Father God, according to your word, that the government's upon your shoulder, God, and they need to look to you for direction and making decisions that will help this city out, oh God. Then we thank God for these young folks, oh God, that have won championships across the length and breadth of this nation, oh God. We thank you for each one of the leaders that participated and they're winning, oh God. We ask you to bless them, God, and lift them up on high, oh God, to do better and greater, oh God, and have greater achievement that you might get the glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and thank God.
Amen.
Amen. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. Please remain standing as we remember those that we have lost in our community in recent days, those in your neighborhoods, in your families, in your congregations that we have said goodbye to. They will be with us in mind and spirit. And let us also remember a special pause for all of those who have served our nation in the American Armed Forces, as tomorrow will be Veterans Day, and later in the meeting we'll take a special acknowledgement. But please, let's have a moment of silence for those we've lost and those veterans that have come before. Thank you. You may be seated. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Harrington,
Present.
Goodman,
Here.
James,
Here.
McGinnis,
Present.
Nicholson,
Here.
Parker,
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have quorum.
Quorum being established, all members present and voting. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
It has been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. That motion is now before us. So what we're doing is approving what we'll be discussing and voting on tonight. Could I have a motion to amend the agenda to add a special presentation, which will come after the approval of the consent agenda, and that would be for an update from the Waterford Regional Fire Department on the Arbor View apartment fire.
I make the motion.
I support.
Moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. That motion to amend the agenda, meaning to add that item for us to consider, is before us. Any discussion? Councilman Parker.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to ask, since we're adding that agenda, does it also become something we can that the community can discuss during public comment for agenda items?
Certainly, yes. So it could be content that is spoken on during agenda address or during public comment.
Okay.
And there's always the opportunity for follow-up items at future meetings, as well as we make sure that the community and residents are safe and protected. Hearing no further discussion, On the motion to amend the agenda, add that special presentation, and the presenter would be the Waterford Regional Fire Department Chief. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of that amendment to the agenda. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Are there other amendments, questions, discussion on the agenda as amended? Hearing nothing further, roll call and adoption of the agenda as amended, setting what we'll consider tonight. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda is adopted. Is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. It includes one set of meeting minutes from the previous regular city council meeting. Roll call on approval. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is adopted. We are now at the special presentation. Chief, you have the floor.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor and Deputy Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to come before the great residents of the City of Pontiac and discuss a tragic event that occurred Tuesday. And I use the word tragic because anytime people are displaced, it's tragedy. On a positive note, the 6 people that were injured that day at that incident are doing well and recovering and are going to be okay. So if you can keep that 6 people in your prayers, that would be phenomenal. And also keep my firefighters in your thoughts and prayers as they do heroic things daily throughout the 3 communities that we proudly serve. So Tuesday morning, we received a call from Oakland County Dispatch of a apartment fire at 120 Leonard Lane. Secondary information came in that it was an actual explosion, very graphic. You will see the initial explosion in my presentation. It's pretty overwhelming to see. I want you to know, as a residents, I did meet with the mayor and deputy mayor immediately following this event to advise them what's going on inside of our great community and all the actions that were done that day. And please stop me if you have any questions. So this is going to be the explosion. I just want to make sure it's playing on the computer. It takes a second.
And so for those that don't have a good vantage point, we're looking at a surveillance camera aerial view of the Arborview Village residential complex that is at North Sanford and Fittis. This particular road is Leonard Lane. It's in Pontiac's east side, District 7.
So to understand what happened here is there was a gas leak inside this location. That portion's still under investigation. Enough natural gas built up inside the structure to finally find its ignition source. When I mean ignition source, something that's hot enough to ignite the vapors, and you get a sudden explosion. This did play a few seconds ago before we started the meeting. So
Understood.
I don't know why it's not.
For some in the community, you may know it as Sanford Arms, you may know it as the Riverside, but its current former name is Arborview with a capital V Village.
I apologize. I'm not sure. It worked about 15 times on my computer earlier today.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and move ahead, and I'll make sure that it's shared with the city council what transpired. So the initial call came in at 12:41:55. Our first arriving fire engine, or what we call truck 8, was on scene at 12:47:31. There was a 5-minute and 36-second response time. The sheriff's office was first on scene. They reported a working fire at 12:46. Our responding battalion chief, our battalion chiefs are a commanding officer for the day. He runs both the Waterford and Pontiac district. He made an immediate decision to call a second alarm, which is basically the MABUS box alarm system, which just gets you more resources. And I'll show you the resources later on in the presentation. Truck 8 was met with heavy fire upon arrival. Fire first floor, second floor, and through the roof of the structure. A crazy fire, crazy scene, people all over the place. You had injured, 5 to 6 injured people walking around trying to figure out what to do, and also had other residents that were stunned from what had transpired. Star Ambulance was showing up on scene about that same time. Our crews called what's called a standard attack. Standard attack means they're not going to be crazy. They're going to try to knock the bulk of the fire down, but protect the rest of your structure, right? The rest of the building. You'll see the picture later on. You'll see there's 3 affected units, but there's 5 units that were saved and protected. So we stopped the fire where we wanted to stop. The next thing is, I don't know why that keeps popping forward. Firefighters, something, nope, I got the clicker. So firefighters enter adjacent units. So there's a unit on the north and south side of Unit 120. First of all, they enter there looking for any type of victim or someone that could be trapped inside those 2 locations, and then to control the fire. When we say control the fire, confine the fire to the unit that was affected, and you'll see how bad the unit was affected. I mean, it was a fully involved structure fire, and usually you don't get, roll up on fully involved fires on a regular basis. So these are the next units from Waterford that responded. You had Rescue 3, which was there just a little bit under a minute later. Squad 9 was there at 12:49. And you see that where it says 2 FF, that means there was 2 firefighters on that unit. And then you'll see our Engine 6 and Inspector 1 showed up at 12:50 with 4 firefighters. And then Inspector 2 showed up shortly after. And I want to point out something. Engine 7, which is your Pike Street fire station right here, they were on a CPR call with Star Ambulance at Amazon. So what they had to do is they had to do what's called split your crew. Star needed assistance with one of our residents that was in peril, and that firefighter stayed with Star to assist them to make sure that person was taken care of. And then 2 firefighters responded with the engine to the scene. So that's why you see that little long explanation there. Our battalion chief responded shortly after. We sent a tower from our Station 1 headquarters in Waterford. That's the Crescent Lake Road and Hatchery Station. I was there shortly after Tower 1. And our battalion chief called for additional units from the Waterford Regional. So Waterford District stations, our Engine 3 with 2 firefighters, and our Engine 2, and our fire marshal responded. So we had 24 firefighters from the Waterford Regional Fire Department on that scene. I'm talking fast. Any questions? I'm sorry. No? We good? So I said that mutual aid companies are second alarm. This is what you get with a second alarm. We belong to an awesome group called Oakway. It's most of the Woodward Corridor fire departments all the way down to Southfield and Ferndale. We received instant aid from Birmingham Fire to Pike Street Station for coverage. Our concern when you have a major event like that going on is what else could happen in our communities. We want to get some coverage for some additional bodies in our communities to protect our residents. Independence Fire Department sent an engine and a rescue to also assist. And then to the scene was Rochester Hills. And you see the word Quint? That's a fire truck with a ladder on top of it. Rochester Hills chief also responded, part of our Oakway Mutual Aid Pact. When there's major incidents, other chiefs will respond if they hear the call for assistance. West Bloomfield sent an engine with 2 firefighters and one of their rescues to the scene. So total assistance from our aid groups was 20 firefighters. So at one point in time on that fire and within the city of Pontiac, we had 44 firefighters. So our mutual aid pact is absolutely amazing and phenomenal. So an amazing thing that happened this day is that the fire was under control within 20 minutes, meaning it was confined to the original apartment. You'll see that apartment was damaged severely. During the explosion, if you watch the explosion, the front door blows off, all the brick comes off the front of the building. Same thing happens on the back of the building. You actually, when you watch the explosion, you can see the roof lift up. And yeah, over-pressurization, it just, that force has to go somewhere, and it just completely demolished that apartment 120. And I wish you could see it because God watched over the individuals in that apartment that day. They were in that explosion, and they all made it out.
Yeah.
And I'm not, it's just, if you see that explosion, I know the mayor and deputy mayor had the privilege of seeing it, and it's amazing that they made it out. So right now, the fire was contained to the 3 units. The other 5 units in that apartment complex should be able to be opened back up in the near future. The Pontiac building official, Mike Wilson, is working with the management company out there to resolve that issue, to get those opened back up. And our fire marshal's division and the Oakland County Sheriff's fire investigators are actively investigating the scene. We know one thing, there was a gas explosion. We have a pretty good idea where it's pinpointed at, but we have to do some testing and get other people involved in this. So it's, the cause at this time is undetermined, other than we know there was a gas explosion. So more will come on that in the near future. And that'll occur later on when we get, consumers has to be notified because it is a gas explosion. State of Michigan will get involved. Our investigators, sheriff office, and then the insured, they have the privilege to come out and be part of the investigation to protect individuals. There was also rumor that day, and I know the mayor's trying to confirm it, but there was 2 individuals that raced from their own personal apartments to that apartment trying to help people. And you can see 2 individuals try to go in the door and help, and obviously they were pushed back, but they tried to help. So I think that's imperative to know that we have great residents that care about their neighbors. Pretty important. I would be shame of me if I didn't comment on how great of a job Star Ambulance did. Star Ambulance had 5 units there in a very short time, short duration. They immediately set up a medical area away from the fire, so they pulled those victims and those individuals that were hurt away and got them to a safe location so we could take care of the firefighting and they could handle the medical treatment. They were able to transport 6 patients, 3 to our local McLaren Oakland Hospital, 1 to Beaumont, and 2 to Hurley Medical Center. Hurley Medical Center, so you're aware, is a burn center. So anytime we have suspected significant burns, Oakland County protocol tells you to go to a medical facility that can handle the burns, and Hurley is the closest one to us. So it's never good when you're going to Hurley, but sometimes it's precautionary because we always worry about the person's lungs having that superheated gas potential. So it's always positive, err on the side of caution. And again, Star did an excellent job on Tuesday, and the individuals out there deserve commendation for their great work. So this is the fire from a nutshell. This is the last 3 units on the north side of the building. And you can see how heavily damaged it was, but we were able to stop the fire from spreading to the south. This is probably about 16, 17 minutes in. You can see fire still active in the center unit, but we have the fire controlled to the units to each side. And you can, what we did is whenever you have an incident like this, you're going to send firefighters into the adjoining apartments to stop the fire there, stop the spread. And also the unit 18 to the north side or to our right was vacant, and 222 or 122 was occupied. So we wanted to make sure there was no victims inside that location, and thank God they were not. So that's an aerial view taken of the damage. Again, that whole roof, when you watch that explosion, that whole roof on that building lifts up and then comes back down. So an incredible force. And if you look to the picture to the right, all that debris on the ground in front or behind that car is the brick, the glass, the windows and stuff that blew off the front of that building. So I put this picture in there to kind of explain. You saw a relationship to where that car was. That water pattern, our firefighters washed the glass aside so we didn't get a young child or someone walking barefoot later on to walk through the glass and debris that was out there. But that water shows you how far that glass and everything blew out into that parking lot Tuesday morning. And I wanted to put this picture in there because it shows you how we were able to stop that fire from spreading and making it to the last 5 units. So, so one thing I want to say is I watch my firefighters every day, and I say my firefighters are your firefighters. They're amazing. I couldn't be more proud as a chief at what they do every day. I sit back sometimes going, why do they do what they do? But they love what they do, and this outcome was phenomenal because we have residents that are okay and a building that can be fixed. So I'm proud of their actions. And I wanted to make a couple safety comments to the residents, if it's okay with you.
Yes, sir.
If you ever smell natural gas or think you smell natural gas, don't wait, call 911. We have tools and equipment that can test for that. We can shut the gas off, get consumers out. We can check those things for you. Always have 2 ways out of your home or your apartment. That means find out, make sure you have 2 ways out and know those 2 ways out. One thing that we notice in a lot of the incidents in all the communities we protect is that when an incident happens or an emergency happens, people think somebody else called 911, and that can be minutes. So if you see something that's not right, you call 911. Just like in CPR, if you ever had a CPR class, you say, you call 911, you do the work. And we just want to make sure as residents that we're good about picking that phone up and call 911 because there's always a delay in getting someone to make that phone call. And then check your smoke detectors. We just went through our time change. Make sure your batteries are good in the spring and fall when you change your clocks. Have a carbon monoxide detector in your house. We're getting to heating and cooling season. They save lives. You can't smell it, you can't taste it, but it sure can kill you. So that's why you got to get a detector, because that detector is designed to warn you and let you know that there's carbon monoxide in your house, you have a problem. And then go out and buy a household fire extinguisher. So, but I'm here for questions if anyone has questions, and I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you. My first question is related to some resident advocates from the complex. I represent that portion of the city and heard feedback from multiple residents and those advocating on their behalf that the water was turned off 2 other units during the response to this incident. Can you clarify whether water was in fact temporarily halted or other precautionary measures, and what is the status for the many residents that call Arbor?
When we start flowing as much water as we did, it could affect your water supply inside your structure. Once we shut the hydrants down, the water would be returned. But the unit itself, the 8 units are on one water line coming in. So because of the water that was leaking, because you figure after that fire, all the pipes are broken and they're leaking. So the water resources shut the water off to the apartment. And right now, currently, it's Gold Star is the board up company that was out there. They're working on trying to separate that water to get those other units back open. But that was the only building affected by water on that day.
What are the wraparound services that are being provided to those residents of those remaining units? And then about needs or resources for those directly impacted wounded residents?
So the current victims, I don't have a great answer for you on the current people that were displaced from 120. But I can tell you that the apartment complex manager has been phenomenal in offering other units. At least that's what we've been told. American Red Cross came out and put people up in hotels for the night because they didn't want to just start moving somebody to another apartment if it was going to be a simple fix. I know I met with Mike Wilson this morning, and Mike said that he had received a call about trying to get the building open back up for those last 5 units. So the people should be in pretty good shape with where they're at today. If I hear something else, obviously, I'll definitely let the council know. But I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. I'm going to give the floor to the mayor if you'd want to offer initial thoughts, and then open up for colleagues for questions or feedback. Mayor Grimal.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I do want to just thank you for your responsiveness to me, sitting down with me later that afternoon to discuss some of the resident concerns that I had received. But also, and maybe most importantly, thank your firefighters for everything they do day in and day out, and in particular for being able to control and contain this fire without more property damage and without more serious injuries occurring and without any loss of life. I know that we've discussed broader questions of ensuring that there are adequate fire resources here in the city, and we've been beginning discussions around the renewal of a Waterford Fire contract. So we look forward to having some additional conversations along those lines. But you've been very responsive the past couple days in walking us through what occurred, what the sequence of responses were, both from the Waterford Regional Fire Department as well as from other fire departments, and I appreciate all the time that you've spent on this. It's very, very important. And I do just want to add, these safety tips that the fire chief shared at the end are really, really important. This particular incident, as Chief Covey mentioned, seems to be the result of natural gas leaking, and calling 911 immediately upon smelling any natural gas is so key, because it can be a matter of life and death. And that's why they add actually that noxious smell to the natural gas. That's not normally in natural gas. That's added in to alert people that raw egg kind of smell is added into the natural gas line so that people can smell when there's a natural gas line. And we really can't emphasize enough the importance of calling 911 when you first smell that awful rotten egg smell, so that it can be addressed as quickly as possible.
If I can comment on that, we don't mind coming out. We'd rather have it be nothing than be something. So that's what we're here for. So,
Councilman Goodman.
So the first thing I want to say is thank you for all that you and your other firefighters do, because I lived in the Riverside for 18 years of my entire life. My parents still live there. Actually, from the photos that you had there, I could see where my parents still live at. And to all the things that you mentioned, like how, obviously seeing it as an apartment building, how close all those apartments are, how much it can affect an entire area extremely fast. I was doing election protection, driving between poles on the east side all day long. And while I was driving, I could see the fire. And I called my mom to make sure that everything was okay in the Riverside, because I could see it from Featherstone and see that there's only one thing behind the trees that I can see, and that's where my parents live. And by the time that I had came back after I called them, I called Michael. And by the time that I had gotten back to the area again, the fire was put out. Well, at least visually couldn't see any more flames. So I really do want to say thank you, because you made a massive difference for so many people. Having called that exact spot home, seeing how many children, how many families, it is a low-income housing area. Those people have no other option. I lived there because I was on Section 8. So what you did was a thing that means so much to a lot of people. So I'm just being an emotional person and saying thank you for that. And it's, again, for all that the other municipalities did to help out, because the work that you do is massively important. So thank you.
Other colleagues that wish to have the floor? I'll conclude with pointing out, since we have so many community members here, I'm glad we were able to talk about safety tips, but I also want to share that if firefighting sounds like a career that's of interest to you, we want Pontiac residents protecting Pontiac residents. And it's a noble profession. Obviously, there are many challenges with it, but there are resources and partnerships with community organizations, with our public school district, that the fire department is pursuing, and we want to make sure that that reaches as many residents as possible. Don't know if you want to share anything further on that.
so just so you're aware, there's 3 to 1 people leaving the fire service. It's a horrific trend. It's scary, and I hate to say it's scary, because when you have 3 people leave and only 1 come in, you can't replace. We're actually fighting amongst departments for personnel. We're actually increasing salaries, increasing benefits, trying to keep firefighters to stay in our communities. We're starting to pick on other departments to grab their personnel because there's such a shortage. And the sky is going to be the limit in the next 5 to 6 years for jobs in the fire service. So I think it's definitely, I always suggest getting into the fire academy, reaching out to stopping at one of the local fire stations here, or stop at our headquarters and talk to us. We can point you in the direction of how to make it happen and get you going in a positive direction. So
Thank you, Mayor
love
Graham.
to hear from you.
Well, I'm really glad you brought that up. Chief Covey and I were talking about that the other day. And he just said it, and he said it best. But there really is a shortage of firefighters right now. So there are a lot of opportunities to be a firefighter, and you don't need a 4-year college degree in order to be a firefighter. You know, you need courage and guts, and you need specialized training. But that specialized training will be provided by the fire department themselves. So, you know, if you're interested, you know, the sooner the better. Please visit one of our active fire stations or one of the other fire stations that's in the Waterford region, and seek out some information about how to join the fire department.
Thank you. With that, that concludes the speakers list. Thank you for the special presentation. If you could please provide the summary report, the written report, this presentation, as well as that video footage. You could provide it to Legislative Counsel Sharp, and she can disseminate it.
Okay.
So that way we can make sure that the City Council
The
receives it.
video file potentially might be too large to send, so I'll have to bring a physical copy here for you to see.
Okay.
So I can make that, I can get with the mayor's office and Ms. Sharp and make that happen.
Very good. Thank you. With that, that concludes the special presentations. We are now at a City Council resolution congratulating Pontiac Panthers junior freshman team 2022 season success. What we'll do is have a motion on the resolution, read the resolution, have presentations from Pontiac Panthers representatives, vote, celebrate you, take a photo over there, and then we'll allow you to sneak out. We'll pause the meeting momentarily. If you want to hang out, take pictures, catch up, we just ask you to do it maybe on the main level, the lower level, so that way the roar of the mighty Pontiac Panthers doesn't overwhelm this side of the wall just outside the doors. So with that, is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It has been moved by Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilman Nicholson that we adopt the resolution congratulating the Pontiac Panthers junior freshman team 2022 season success. That item of business is now before us, and we give the floor to Councilman Parker to read that particular resolution.
Thank you, Brother President. Pontiac City Council resolution honoring the Pontiac Panthers Youth Football and Cheer Organization. Whereas it is fitting that the members of this Pontiac City Council and administration should salute those athletes who, through their extraordinary efforts, have distinguished themselves as true champions of whom we all can be proud. And whereas the Pontiac Panthers is a nonprofit organization that was established over 35 years ago in the Pontiac area for the purpose of educating and instructing juvenile boys and girls without regard to race, creed, color, or religion in sports and athletic endeavors. And whereas the Pontiac Panthers organization strives to enhance individual capabilities, improve physical fitness and mental and moral wellness, and to assist in developing and valuing a sense of fair play and good sportsmanship-like conduct, so that there can ultimately be a decrease in juvenile delinquency and relieve some of the problems that many young people face within the Southeast Michigan area. And whereas the members of the Pontiac Panthers junior freshman team and their coaches have proven themselves to be the fiercest of competitors and, as such, deserving of the highest regard. And whereas on October 23rd, 2022, the Pontiac Panthers junior freshman team defeated the Rochester Redskins 24-0 at the historic Pontiac Wisner Stadium for the 2022 junior freshman jamboree. The defensive team only gave up 1 first down all season and was nicknamed the Headache Gang. Oh, praise the Lord. All right. And whereas the Pontiac Panthers freshman team players are Mikael Robinson, Aiden Johnson, Darwin Huantes, Cameron McDonald, Lyric Stewart, Travez Duncan, Nathaniel Griffin, Aiden Elkin Smith, Carnell Samples, Caden McDonald, Trayvon Harris, Isaiah Mabin, Jamison Kung Fu, is that correct? Logan Blue Allen, Jamel Hill, Jace Jameson, Cameron Hirsch, Daniel Culberson, Jackson Hill, Dorian Spillers, Reese Moore, Nicholas Asane, Darian Huantes, Logan Washington, Josiah Ware Powell, Montel Crusoe, Adam Shepard, Damon Mallory, Kamari Akrawi, Caden Lewis, and DeVasico Jackson, DeVasio. Okay, DeVasio Jackson, and whereas the team's successful game would not have been possible without the astute knowledge and leadership of their coaches, Pat Johnson, head coach, Keith Transu Jr., Harry Tatamy, Juwan McBay, and board members Jennifer Prince Washington, Daniel Sobel, Brent Sykes, Sherry Saunders, Portia McIntosh Cade, and Gil Garrett. And whereas the Pontiac Panthers epitomizes all that is good in today's athletes, as they have achieved a premier level of success in competition while exhibiting the highest degree of character. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council and the Pontiac Mayor Tim Grimal hereby honor and congratulates the coaches, board members, and members of the Pontiac Panthers junior freshman team upon winning the 2022 Freshman Jamboree, and extend to them our best wishes for every continued success in all their future endeavors. Pontiac City Council, Pontiac, Michigan, November 10th, 2022. Want me to read the names?
No, that's good. All right. And after we vote, we'll do a standing ovation, but this is round one of applause. I'd like to give the floor to representatives from the Pontiac Panthers organization who might like to offer a few remarks before we ultimately vote on the legislation.
Good evening, Board, President, Mayor. I am Portia McIntosh Cade, and I am the Secretary on the Board of Directors for the Pontiac Panthers Youth Football and Cheerleading Organization. And as you've heard, we've been in existence for 35 years. But I just want to point out something that is just, this is why I keep coming back. First and foremost, every single solitary person, adult of age, that you see here today with us, that have been on the field, practice field, and our play field, are volunteers. Not one of us get paid for what we do. We do it because we love the sport of football. We believe in our children. We believe that we have, and I know every organization should say this, but we have the best board and coaching staff on this side of the Mississippi. Thank you. One other thing I wanted to make sure that I made mention of this. Each and every one of our board members, not only do we have our own profession that we bring to the table, but we have our own families, and not one of us have a child playing on the field, board members. Our coaches, there may be a couple of our coaches who all volunteer, have their own profession, have their own families, but they served every single solitary day our children, your future, those young people who are going to be taking care of me and you in our future years to come. Our goal is so that our young boys and girls become not only productive members of society, but also that they come back, return back, and they do what we do, and that's just believe. Believe that we are the best, we'll continue to give the best, and be our best every single solitary day. So congratulations, our Jamboree, our young junior freshmen. Thank you so much, coaching staff, for what you do. Fellow board member Carrington, and I know there's more of us, but also we have our own junior freshman Granny, who's here also. But thank you so much for this acknowledgement. And moving forward, our head coach, one of you guys want to, I didn't know if that was an option for Keith or.
How y'all doing? I'm Coach Transu. I want to thank all the parents for letting us coach the way we wanted to coach, the the best way we know how to get through to our kids. They didn't give us a hard time. It was probably painful at first, but as practice and the games went on, they kind of understood what we was doing and why we was doing it. So I want to give the parents, a big thank you and a big round of applause for letting us.
All right, parents.
And I'm the one who dubbed us the headache game. Yeah, because these little kids, they pack a mean punch when it come to tackling. But it wouldn't be right if I didn't do this. I just want to do it before you get up out of here. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? When we hit them, what they gonna say? What they mama's gonna say?
And if I can just,
All right.
I just want to give one last acknowledgement because this is so very important to me. As you know and as you've heard, we are a 501c3. That means every single solitary dime that we get go back to the children in one way or another. We even we started in March with a camp that was free to the children. We brought snacks for them so that when they leave or on their way home, that they can have something to eat. Those things were purchased by board members. These jerseys that you see, these pink jerseys, including mine, including the fan jerseys, these jerseys were purchased by our coaching staff. This was outside of the board budget. We did not pay for this. Our coaching staff got together, got their sizes, they ordered it, and they passed them out. So when I say we have the best, I can't even speak. I can't say it more than enough. So thank you so much for another honor. We would ask that all, are we ready for the picture?
We're going to have a few remarks, and then we'll vote on it. Then we'll do a group photo.
One last comment, General Manager.
I'm Coach Smith. I started coaching Pontiac Panthers back in '96, so I've been coaching for a long time. I'm just gonna say it. She's being generous, and we thank y'all for recognizing Pontiac Panthers. But I'm gonna hold y'all feet to it because I ain't pulling no punches. We need y'all support financially.
Any discussion among council members? Mayor Greimel.
Well, first of all, congratulations. This is an amazing season. I mean, I'm blown away by hearing those stats, especially only one touchdown allowed. That's really
First down,
no
not
touchdowns allowed. One first down allowed. Wow. And here I thought I was amazed by one touchdown allowed. I mean, I'm just that's unheard of. One first down allowed. So that's amazing, and congratulations. I want to commend, of course, all the young people, all the participants, but as Portia said, I really want to thank and salute all the adults whose amazing generosity with their time and their energy and their efforts make this possible. It's really, truly phenomenal. So thank you as the adults for making this possible for the young people. Appreciate you.
Any final discussion? Pro Tem Carrington.
I'll keep this quick. I just want to say congratulations all over again. Me serving on this board for the last 5 years has been a beautiful experience. Just to see just how our children come together in this community, and we do it through sports to make them better men. It's an honor to serve on the Panther board, and again, I love each and every one of these children in the city of Pontiac. Congrats.
Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the resolution congratulating the Pontiac Panthers junior freshman team.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman, James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Congratulations. Let's give a standing ovation. Now what we'll do is we'll have the team members and other stakeholders join the city council and mayor in front of the screen, since that's where we've got the biggest real estate available. We'll do another cheer. We'll let you get out, and remember, head on downstairs if you want to chill beyond that.
I don't know how that happened either. I don't know how that happened.
And for the next resolution, we'll essentially be following the same routine. One of the paparazzi members is from the Oakland Press, the young lady in the red shirt, so let's make sure. Everybody get up,
Only one throwing that one right there. Oh, Carnell? I don't see Carnell. He right there.
All right, let's send them off with applause.
I don't know.
All right, please make a quick exit downstairs.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. These people right here. Oh, yes. Top dog. Y'all know what to do.
You're welcome to do more pictures down in the main lobby.
Got to go. Peggy.
Hello.
Who told you? Who told him?
We'd like to proceed with the meeting's agenda.
Amazing how they did it.
It's okay. The speech is our reading.
Order in the chambers. When you exit, please have the doors closed. All right, we are proceeding with our city council agenda. Could I please have a motion to adopt the resolution honoring Pontiac Chiefs Huskies Youth Program, wishing the team as they pursue national championship?
I make the motion.
Support. It has been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, and it has been seconded by Councilman Parker. That item is now before us, so it should be no surprise to you that now that we have the motion before us, we will read the resolution. We will have the item before us. We will have discussion and feedback from representatives of the organization. We will have feedback from the mayor and council and questions, if any. And then we will vote and adopt the resolution, have a standing ovation. We'll have another applause before that after we read the language. And after that, we'll do a group photo and allow you to be on your evening's way, so that way you can make the most of this Thursday night. We're really, really grateful that you're here and really grateful to be able to celebrate you and tell the community a little bit about your accomplishments. So with that, Councilwoman Rutherford, you have the floor to read the language of the resolution.
Thank you so much. Whereas it is only fitting that the members of the Pontiac City Council and administration should recognize and support athletes of remarkable character who are inspirational and who serve as role models to others. And whereas the Pontiac Chief Huskies Youth Program is a up-and-coming nonprofit organization in the city of Pontiac that maintains membership with the Southeast Michigan Pop Warner Football League. And whereas on October the 29th, 2022, the Pontiac Chief Huskies 14 youth football team won a national championship, state championship against Detroit. They finished the season with a profound record of 7-1. And whereas the Pontiac Chief Huskies team members are Jeremy Adams, Mark Bell, Quante Cobb, D'Angelo Davis, Devon Douglas, Devontae Graderson, DeAndre Johnson, Deontay Jones, Michael Cadell, Richard Kirk, Cavante Lloyd, Cavalier Logan, Jayshawn Morja, Elijah Price, Markeen Robinson, Jacquez Simpson, Davian Smith, Jeremiah White, Keon Williams, and Demario Wright. And whereas the team's successful season would not be possible without the astute language and leadership of their coaches, the 14 youth head coach Derek Douglas, assistant coach Jeremy Singleton, board members Dequande Cordell, President Denisha Cole, Shamiri Miller, and Demario Caldwell. And whereas the unique qualities and impressive characters of the Pontiac Chief Husky teams proves that their commitment to achieving excellence and success is undeniable, and the team works to make the dream work. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council and the Mayor, Tim Grimer, hereby honors and congratulates the coaches and the members of the Pontiac Chief Huskies upon winning the championship against Detroit, and to extend their best wishes for every continued success in all their future endeavors. Congratulations.
All right, with that, we've got the motion, we've read the language, we've had our first round of applause. Let's give the floor to representatives from the Chief Huskies organization.
How y'all doing, Council? My name is Dequandre Caldwell. I'm the president of Chief Husky, and we was founded with me and my brother out our pocket. This is our first year in this instance, and we got age groups from 7 to 14 in this first year. These 13 to 14-year-olds, they did a good thing for Pontiac, got us nation notoriety. We also was invited to Port Huron, Florida, and Kentucky as well, our whole organization to play. So, and I would like to give a big thanks to the mayor, Tim, and Melanie Weatherford, because they helped us reach a goal today with getting new helmets. And I would like to thank the city of Pontiac, especially Mike. I talked to you about a couple things, and you said a lot of things in motion as well, and I really like just to give another thanks to Melanie Weatherford for helping us out and for we can go to Kentucky and as well Florida.
Fantastic. Beautiful. With that, I want to give the floor to the mayor and council for feedback and questions.
Well, really, first of all, we're excited about your travel out of state to compete on a broader national level, but also I want to, again, as I did with the Pontiac Panthers, thank you and all the other adults who make this possible. It's incredibly generous of you in terms of your time and resources and energy to be so committed to our community as young people. So I certainly commend the young people themselves for participating, but I know that it's a labor of love for the adults who really make it possible. So thank you all so much for making this possible and for investing in our future that is our young people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, yes, absolutely. I want to give the floor to Councilwoman Rutherford and echo.
Got one more person.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You have the floor.
How everybody doing this evening?
Hey.
My name is Demario Caldwell. We're brothers. Again, we started this together. I just wanted to point it out that this group right here, it took a lot, and they're a special group just because of their age. And right now they're at the age of making bad decisions, and it's an affecting their lives later on down the road. So that's why this is a special group to our program, because any one of these young men could have been doing something we all don't want them to do. You know, so this one right here, I don't want to put him on the spot or nothing like that though, but you know, we love him the most because he the one who opened our eyes and made us fight even harder and harder and see through our vision, because we know these boys right here, it's 15 of them on the roster, but we know it's still more out there that we wasn't able to reach and touch and affect. So this special group, they touched all of us in a major way, and their parents as well, from letting us do this with them. And it's beyond sports. We also want to start a tutoring program for all the kids that we have with us. It's not about sports, because sports only going to take you so far. And we preach that all the time, and preach character and education to them, and that's the main thing. We don't have many resources for tutoring to get them where they need to be, and that's our main focus right now after football, is getting a tutor program going and finding a location for that tutoring program. So it's a lot to be done, and we're not done with just winning championships. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Rutherford, you have the floor.
So every day at Jefferson, I watched a group of people who didn't get the support they felt they needed, who didn't always get listened to, practice in the worst conditions possible, and they were there every day. Sun up to sundown. You saw families making hot dogs. You saw mothers out there babying those kids. You saw people coming together, and that is what the city of Pontiac is really about. And so when we met in September, me, Tim, and Mr. Caldwell, I said, I'm gonna help y'all get these helmets because you deserve to win. And y'all did it and got it in the mud against everything that was told to you. No, y'all still did it. And I want y'all to understand that means something to a person like me, and it means something to this community to watch y'all practice with no bathrooms, to watch y'all practice with no support, to watch y'all practice when y'all beg and plead and people shut doors in y'all face. And I'm gonna say it because no one else is gonna say it. I watched it every day at Jefferson. So for this moment, I wanna thank every parent that came up there and volunteered. I wanna thank y'all for doing it because I know what it takes to do what you guys are doing every day and continue to do. And when you go to Florida in them helmets, that was $13,000. You remember that it was the city of Pontiac that did it. It wasn't just me. It was business owners like SK Properties. It was Daryl Hannah. It was the mayor himself who literally called at 5:15 everybody we knew, because it's bigger than just the helmets. It's to show you that we do care at the end of the day. I don't care what nobody tell you. Know today that the city of Pontiac cares for you. And lastly, I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to work alongside y'all to get this done. It was not just me. It was Mr. Carrington. It was Mr. Pastor Parker. It was this whole council, whether it was giving y'all words, because sometimes people don't tell the real story. They just tell about the money. It was about showing you that this city actually cares about y'all. And I want y'all to know, when y'all go to Florida, y'all represent Pontiac the way we represented y'all today. I love y'all. That's it.
And we appreciate it. We appreciate it.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Now, you know, I can't even follow up what she just told you guys. So I'm just going to say, man, Pop Warner is a tough league. And I'm just congratulating you guys coming through that league, man. I know that's a physical league. And you guys overcame all the obstacles that my colleagues stated. And please go on. We're going to be hoping for you guys to come back with a national championship. Thank you.
And when that happens, we'll be doing another round of community-wide celebration and making sure that word reaches many. And as a local historian, I want to thank you for celebrating in the very name that you chose, the historic mascots and names of the former Pontiac High School, then Pontiac Central High School, as well as Pontiac Northern High School and their mascots.
All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, what we're going to do now, same as before, voting time. Roll call on adoption of that resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Harrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Standing ovation for the team. You go. All right, with that, let's have the team and coaches make their way to have a photo with the mayor and city council.
This is bothering me. That's a night. I mean, we get to end up early.
What's up? Not the trophy.
Always.
Oh.
You got the way.
I'm sorry.
Order in the chambers. We'd like to proceed. Order in the chambers. All right, order being reestablished. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution recognizing Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Inc. on their 100th anniversary?
So moved.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Nicholson, that we adopt this resolution. I'd like to give the floor to Councilwoman James to read the text.
Whereas the Pontiac City Council proudly pays proper tribute to an organization of remarkable character and an organization that has been dedicated to creating a legacy of success that has empowered the community. And whereas Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated was founded on November 12, 1922 at Butler University in Indianapolis, Indiana, by 7 young black educators, Mary Lou Allison Gardner Little, Dorothy Hanley Whiteside, Vivian Irene White Marbury, Nanny Mae Gann Johnson, Hattie Mae Annette Doolin Redford, Betty Mae Downey Rhodes Martin, and Cubana McClure. And whereas it is the mission of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated to enhance the quality of life for women and their families in the United States and globally through community service, our goal is to achieve greater progress in the areas of education, healthcare, and the leadership development. And whereas the founding 7 pearls of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated demonstrated incredible courage and strength, creating a black Greek lettered organization on a predominantly white campus during the height of the Ku Klux Klan. And whereas since its inception 100 years ago, the dynamic women of the illustrious Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated have continued to build on what their founders created and their commitment to greater service, greater progress in the community through sisterhood, scholarship, and service. And whereas Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated is a 110,000 plus member nonprofit college-gate sorority dedicated to the encouragement and promotion of high scholastic attainment, community service, and improvement in the quality of life through its chapters, members, and affiliates throughout the world. And whereas the Pontiac alumni chapter of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, Zeta Eta Sigma, has had a RHO Royal impact on the city of Pontiac through their generous educational scholarships, meaningful volunteerism, and community leadership, and held high the gold standards of dynamic sisterhood, uplifting leadership, and championing service to our community. And whereas Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated is celebrating its centennial year on Saturday, November 12, 2022, and recognizing the trailblazing 7 founders and dedicated members across the world who continue to carry the organization forward. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council hereby recognizes the Zelta Eta Sigma chapter of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated and their service to the community, and proclaim this in the recognition of them and their founders, and celebrates their centennial achievement and commends this observance to all. November 10th, 2022, Pontiac City Council, Pontiac, Michigan.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman James. Round of applause for Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, specifically our Pontiac chapter. If representatives would like to take the podium, tell us more.
Good evening. My name is Paris Feeler, and this is
Asia Center.
and we're from the Pontiac Alumni Chapter Zeta Eta Sigma. On behalf of our International Grand Basileus Rashida S. Liberty, Central Region Syntactes, L'Oreal Marshall, and our Chapter Basileus Nicole Wise, we would like to thank the Pontiac City Council for this token of appreciation as we celebrate 100 years of greater service, greater progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Discussion on the motion before us from members of this body. Pro Tem Carrington.
I'd just like to say congrats, 100 years, that is a powerful organization. That is beautiful to see your organization be here that long, as well as the history concerning your session on an all-white campus. That is beautiful. Congrats.
Yeah, it should not be lost on how intensely the Ku Klux Klan was truly centered in Indiana. It was the largest base of activity, and their leadership, national leadership, was from Indiana, which adds to the intensity of the founding, forged in fire for the sorority. Councilwoman Rutherford.
I just want to thank you guys for all you do in this community, particularly how you guys send care packages to students when they're away in college, and also how you guys give out scholarships, not just in their freshman year, but their sophomore, junior, and senior year as well. That's something that most organizations don't always do, but Sigma Gamma Rho has always done those little things to keep our children going. And so on behalf of my family, who has benefited from one of your scholarships, I want to thank you personally for what you guys do, and keep on doing the things that you do in the community. Again, congratulations. You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Mayor Grimal.
Well, I just really think very, very highly of the service-oriented nature of the sorority, and so I just want to thank you for everything you do as part of Sigma Gamma Rho, but also commend you and congratulate you on 100 amazing years of service and history. So thank you so much, and it's great having you here, and we're all so proud to acknowledge that history.
Any further discussion? With that, roll call and adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. Round of applause, standing ovation. And if you're up for it, we'll do a photo. Please leave your trophy at your seat.
I knew it was coming. I knew you were going to get that. All right. It's all right.
I'm happy.
I ain't touching nobody.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Oh, wow.
I thought I was a whole person thinking it. Yeah. I thought I was a horrible person. What? I thought I was a whole person for thinking what you said.
You go on the first time, I'm not going to
Everybody accounted for?
I've always called Indiana the furthest north southern state, so.
We are now at subcommittee reports. We're going alphabetically by subcommittees, communications, engagement, and operations. Chair Goodman, you have the floor.
So, really, as chair of the Communications Engagement Operations Subcommittee, our last meeting was the last Friday of every month. And during that meeting, we discussed trying to further get us along towards the implementation of Office 365, because during our restructuring, we have a position that needs to be filled to properly engineer the network to be able to have Office 365. Until we do that, we can't implement it yet, and I'm hoping that we get further along to doing that, because that money is on a grant and it does have a deadline, but I'm very confident that we'll get that done as soon as possible. As you've seen tonight, our lovely communications person has been around taking pictures with us just now. So that's a lovely implementation of what we've been doing with the city's plan to better reach and engage with the citizens. And realistically, that is the bulk of what has been happening. A lot of it's just internal refining in terms of how we just do processes to better engage with all of you. So that's really all I have.
Thank you. For Economic Development, Housing, and Planning, I am chair of that subcommittee. We reviewed 18 active residential developments, housing, that is progress that's happening in our community. Two new items of note from that cluster is that we learned that the North Hill Farms complex, that there is a rehabilitation project for those units that'll be beginning shortly, as well as the rehabilitation of their community center or clubhouse, if you will. Also, Venture Inc., which is the housing nonprofit arm of Oakland Livingston Human Service Agency, or OLSA, that they are pursuing housing rehabilitation of existing aged housing stock at multiple sites, clustered, though, on the east side of Pontiac. We have 17 active commercial developments that we are reviewing. Highlights from them, most noteworthy, Glenwood Plaza, which is a stalled redevelopment that has been languishing for a number of years at this point. At the subcommittee, we reviewed very proactive code enforcement that's taking place. They are being taken to court for the implementation of those fines and punitive measures to see remedy and recourse. This administration and the City Council takes that high-profile blighted issue very seriously. For industrial and warehouse developments, of which we are tracking 10, two of the biggest developments, the first is that we talked about it a few times within the last month here at City Council, but at the corner of Walton and Joslin, at last month's subcommittee meeting, we talked about how that was going to be demolished, and we're waiting for the final paperwork to happen. Well, since that last month, it has happened. So thank God that blight, that former vacant gas station and supporting buildings has been demolished. And we now know who is occupying all of Oakland Logistics Park. It's the large logistics warehouse shipping facility on Opdyke Road, sort of where the truck and bus one of their facilities was. You might have seen that new construction. That's 716,000 square feet, so it's a big boy. And it is General Motors. They are leasing the entirety of that space, and so as we find out more and other employment opportunities that come with it, we anticipate that it'll be a logistics, shipping, transportation hub at what is, of course, a very well-placed location, Pontiac, Michigan. A few other items I want to highlight. We look sort of where we are at organizationally, how we can accomplish a lot of the needs we have for housing, planning, community development, et cetera. So we reviewed the personnel openings. We also got welcome news where every code enforcement officer vacancy has been filled. So the city council budgeted for higher amount. The administration is setting a very proactive goal for that important work and overdue work. And so we are at full capacity, and at next week's meeting, we will introduce you to those code enforcement officers. We have bilingual officers, many Pontiac residents, and we also, operationally with code enforcement, they are acquiring a noise decibel detection system, so that way we can have stronger and more consistent enforcement of our noise ordinances throughout all corners of our city. So for the sake of time, I will leave it there. We reviewed other sort of open demolition items and other blighted problem areas. That those minutes will be considered at next week's consent agenda, and you can review them as well. We meet the first Monday of every month, 9 a.m. in the Legislative Conference Room. All are welcome. With that, we move on to Facilities and Property. Chair Carrington.
Thank you, President McGinnis. This will be pretty brief. The Facilities and Property Committee met on October the 30th. And basically, we talked about the facilities conditional assessment, which was updated concerning exactly what's actually some of the repairs that need to be done, particularly here at City Hall. We discussed the relocation of the Department of Public Works. They're looking at several sites around the city, and that's a hot topic because basically our lease is running out early May of next year. There are several RFPs that's coming down the pipeline, Buckland Chapel roof, some work happening at District Court, some things that are going on at Clinton River Trail at the Bowen Center. We still looking into the Phoenix Center roof, still trying to determine what type of roof needs to be put back on the Phoenix Center and currently. And basically, that's basically it from Facilities and Property.
Thank you, Law and the Courts. Chairman Parker. Oh, I'm sorry. I went too aggressive. Finance and Personnel. Chair Nicholson.
Today was our Finance and Personnel Committee meeting at 2 o'clock. We did have members from the GERS, the General Employee Retirement System, that gave us some updates just about their concerns and what they were looking forward to. Got updates from the mayor about the ongoing conversations between administration and CPRIA, and we're looking forward to getting some movement there, and got a good understanding of where things are at and how things can move forward. There's lots of possibilities, lots of potential direction, but it does seem like there are the majority of these items on the table. We all agree. It's just about getting it moving and getting it going. Finances, we did review the city's finances through year-to-date through October 31st. When we review the finances, we look through the revenues, the expenses, the fund balances, and also the city's cash position. As we went through those, through October 31st, while we are still catching up on some more recent bank reconciliations, it's remarkable what our very limited finance operation has been able to accomplish. In the past, we were looking at closed bookings from 3 months prior. We're now caught up through October 31st, which is, look at your dates, right? That's unbelievable. And from a variance perspective, really a lot of it is some budgeting things that we need to look back and find out why did we make that decision to budget where we did. But as our expectations continue to be right on track, so that is really good news. Personnel updates, as our president shared, many of the positions at City Hall have been filled. Two I want to call out specifically that we've had some challenges in finding qualified talent is our city engineer position. So if you have folks that you know and want to reach out to, if you want to pass along any resources or opportunities to our HR department, the city engineer position is one that has been quite difficult in attracting the right talent. We did get an update on the city's endeavors to strengthen our diversity outreach opportunities, working with HBCUs and diversity talent boards, and then also laborer twos. So these are more qualified labor positions oriented in specific trades. So we want to, make sure to highlight those two positions as there's some that we're looking at rounding up. We do have one code enforcement position still available as reposted. We had an individual that accepted a role and has since gone back and forth with their current employer. But as it stands right now, that is 9 out of 10 vacancies, and that 10th vacancy will remain essentially the person who's in the office. If you come into our code enforcement department right now, you're going to find there's always one person that's here, and the rest are all out in the field. I myself, as a council person, can say that my code enforcement officer that's assigned to District 2 is kicking butt. He is out in the streets, and he is bringing back a ton of tickets in hand. He knows where the hot spots are and what the challenges are for District 2, and I'm very appreciative. Got an update on our payroll improvements. ADP is being implemented right now. That's a lot of data migration and a lot of optimization to make sure that all of the different working pieces and accruals are just the way they need to be. We will launch that system in January. And our annual financial audit is underway. This is we're in the phase right now where we're providing the auditing firm all of the information they're requesting, and then they'll be on site here in the next few weeks to wrap up all those questions and watching our processes and procedures. This is a wider scope audit. What we learned in our forensic audit is that we needed to look at our internal controls. So we did make those accommodations in this contract, and they will be actually testing our policies and procedures moving forward, and we will get a good report and be able to continue to hone and adjust those needs. That's what I've got.
Thank you, sir. Law in the Courts, Councilman Parker, Chair of the Subcommittee.
Thank you, Brother President. The Law in the Courts met October 24th at 4 p.m. in our chambers there. The Law in the Courts is actually comprised of the 50th Court District, a representative from Blythe Court, a representative from the Code Enforcement Office, as well as a representative from the Oakland County Prosecutor's Office. And by invitation, we do also invite members of the magistrates from the MDIC organization. Firstly, I want to say that the MDIC agreement has been completed, and that is going well. You can expect, as we have been talking about how to strengthen our Blythe Court process, I can share with you that I expect that there will be some procedural changes, some forthcoming probably in the beginning of the new year. One of the things that we talked about was that Judge Martinez started, although he doesn't officially retire until the end of the year, he actually started his retirement on October 24th. Right. Currently, there is a Judge, Ramona Roberts from Flint, who is filling in for him while he's out until they get the position filled. From 50th Court, we know that they have hired at least one clerk, and there are still 5 positions that are still open, and they also had one of the court recorders who have retired. Other than that, we talked about some of the ongoing issues that they're having with trying to get positions filled. We know that the union contract had been approved, but there was some ongoing issues with salary and making adjustments, and that it's not one of the highest pay scales in the region, so they're still losing people to the surrounding areas because of the low starting salary for that position. So they're anticipating and have been discussing whether they could do some sign-in bonuses for the clerks. And trying to get to work with the unions and such to see if they can get that accomplished. And they're also working with the new accounting firms to make sure that people get paid appropriately. It does not seem to be any problems with the attorneys that they have. They expect that they will continue or reopen, in some areas being modified and certain positions being modified so they can continue to provide the legal services for the community. And that's my report, sir.
Thank you, sir. Excellent. Parks, Recreation, and Public Works, Chair James.
Yes, Parks, Recreation, and Public Works met last month, and I'm just going to give a brief update on the highlights. First of all, it was announced that the state of Michigan has opened a new grant program called the Sparks Grant, and what's different about it is that this particular grant does not require a match. Generally, municipalities have to have a match. It doesn't require a match, and also the penalties that the city of Pontiac has currently with the DNR, which kind of hurt us from or prevent us from applying for DNR grants, those penalties would not exist for this new grant. So the city of Pontiac would be able to apply for grants under this new program. And so I think that our grants manager will be taking full advantage of that. Also, the Hidden River Park project, as you know, there was a grant, Kaboom grant for that, and that project has been ongoing. Unfortunately, there was some extenuating issues that came up in that plan that caused them to have to increase the budget, and the city council's already voted on that increase, but it did delay the project. They are expected now to be done sometime this month, and that will close out that Kaboom grant for the Hidden River Park. Also, the grant, the monies, the grant that we have to, well, not the grant, but the process of recovering the land that we need to do for the DNR, the mitigation issues that we have. We now have that land, and we talked about the process of mitigation, and it was said that it could take, even though, we are working on walking through the steps that the DNR requires to be able to close that out, it does take time. So it could be up to 2 years before we completely and fully have all of the issues with respect to the 28 acres of land that we owed to be repurchased from the DNR. So that may take time, so we'll continue, but we are definitely working on that. In terms of public works, the one thing that I want to mention is that we did talk about the West Columbia job. Unfortunately, that job was started early in the spring. It is still not complete. At the meeting, it was said that it would be done by October the 31st, and the 31st passed, and nothing has been done. So I am looking for the administration to give us a new date for when Columbia will be complete. That would make my report.
Thank you. And then finally, Chair Carrington shares that the Public Safety, Health, and Wellness Subcommittee will be meeting in early December. Anything further, sir?
That'll be it.
Okay. Can I please have a motion to suspend the rules for us to consider item number 11, that second reading now? The taxpayers are paying for an attorney who's about to have to run out the door, and I don't want us to have spent that for naught, so I want to get that in. All right, so Councilwoman Rutherford moves to suspend the rules for us to immediately now take up item number 11, and then we will resume the remainder of the same order. It's been supported by Councilman Nicholson. Any discussion on the motion to suspend the rules? Hearing none, roll call on that motion. Clerk Doyle.
Harrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are now at the second reading for adoption of an ordinance to amend the City of Pontiac's purchasing ordinance to clarify certain definitions and procedures and to permit the city's purchasing agent to make non-major expenditures up to $5,000 without engaging in the practice of competitive bidding. We discussed it actually multiple times, but in terms of the actual text of the resolution, it was also here last week, and we wanted to make sure that we had legal representatives here in case there were substantive deliberations on the ordinance further. I want to give the floor to the mayor, and you can take it from there.
Well, thank you very much, President McGinnis. I know that we've got our purchasing manager here, but just to summarize, I think 3 key changes, and then I'll turn it over to Alicia Martin, our purchasing or purchasing manager, and also we do have city attorney here, Chris Trebilcock from Clark Hill, who assisted with drafting the ordinance, and I know Monique was in that involved in that process as well, so she can certainly provide her insights. But the 3 main changes to the ordinance are, number 1, although it's long been practice here at City Hall that purchases over $10,000 or contracts over $10,000 need to come before City Council, Other than with professional service contracts, that's not really clear in the existing ordinance. One could interpret the existing ordinance as not having any requirement that non-professional service contracts come before city council, or one could argue, I suppose, that all contracts of any amount have to come before city council. The $10,000 threshold is expressly stated when it comes to professional service contracts, other than legal contracts and accounting contracts, but it's really not clearly stated anywhere else. Major contracts, quote unquote, are stated as contracts more than $10,000, but it doesn't say anything about those coming before council or not coming before council. So one of the proposed changes, and you can see this change on page, page 5, by adding subletter E immediately above section 2. It says, no contract awarded by the purchasing agent under this subsection 2, which pertains to contracts of less than $10,000, shall be valid until a contract is executed by the mayor at his or her designee. Major contracts, which includes contracts over $10,000, shall be approved by a majority of city council. So we wanted to make it clear that major contracts, those in excess of $10,000, have to be approved by a majority of city council, and of course by clear implication, other contracts of a lesser amount don't have to be approved by city council, and they are not final until simply being executed by the mayor or his or her designee. So that's one change. The other changes were recommended by our purchasing manager, and those include making it clear that that threshold of $10,000 is about $10,000 within a fiscal year, as opposed to $10,000 in total over 2, 3, 4 years, or alternatively within a calendar year. So that was a second change. And then third of all, making it clear that we're changing the threshold for competitive bidding and setting a threshold of $5,000 so that not everything has to be competitively bid. Past practice had been $1,000, although even that wasn't clearly stated in the existing ordinance. And the purchasing manager recommended that a $5,000 threshold would be a workable amount. So without further ado, I want to turn it over to our purchasing manager, Ms. Martin, for any additional insights. And then, of course, our city's attorney, Mr. Trebilcock, or Ms. Sharp, feel free to express your thoughts and insights as well.
Well, I just wanted to speak to when the mayor indicated the fiscal year. The rationale behind that is because we're budgeting on a fiscal year basis. So we didn't want to consider calendar year because that's crossing fiscal year into another fiscal year. So we want to just focus on fiscal year basis. And that's really all I have to add.
And the purchasing manager has shared at the subcommittee level and at previous readings as well, many of our purchases that are using taxpayer dollars, public dollars, are through cooperatives, through the state of Michigan, through Oakland County, where they're already baked in these sort of competitive processes and ensuring that it's the best possible price. So we don't want to put that additional administrative and bureaucratic burden that just slows us down, costs the taxpayers more, and we're getting the same best possible result because it's already being handled through these different cooperatives, as one example.
Yes.
Councilman Nicholson, Pro Tem Carrington.
Want to share again, I know this is our third reading essentially of the same thought process, but in past readings we asked the question, it was confirmed for us. I just want to give out that the subcommittee has also talked, Finance and Personnel Subcommittee has talked about, and the purchasing manager has made us aware that it would be possible for us to pull a cumulative report based on the vendor to be able to review once a year that additional, smaller amounts, smaller check requests from the same vendor can be reviewed by the finance subcommittees. And again, that is the members of the public are always welcome. So that way we can determine that there aren't particular business units that are taking advantage of trying to find smaller relationships multiple times throughout the year. So, that is always 3 council members, administrations present, the professional staff, and then also members of the public. So we intend to invoke that and have that on our agenda at least annually.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President Higgins. Just a little clarity on your second point concerning the fiscal year. So just so I can understand exactly what it means. So you stated that any contract, it's up to $10,000 fiscal year. For example, just say a company that you needed a contract and the contract is $7,500 a year. So you saying you wouldn't bring that to the city council, even if you're gonna go outside of that, if you're gonna get them a 3-year contract?
So we look at contract total. I think what he was speaking to was just like we have multiple legal services, right, from different law firms. So altogether combined, we would not just look at that one pot and say, okay, this is the total amount for all legal services, because we may pay one firm one amount, another firm another amount, and another firm another amount.
Well, I'm still looking at one contract. I'm just trying to understand exactly, and the administration can chime in if
When
just
we
trying to
create,
understand exactly what's
and maybe
happening.
this will be helpful, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, Councilman, but when we create our purchase orders, they're created on a fiscal year basis. And so at the end of the fiscal year, those are closed out. So if any monies are to be carried over, they're carried over into the new fiscal year on a new purchase order to continue those services.
But
Mayor Grimal.
Yes.
yeah, so the short answer to your question, President Pro Tem, is what you're asking is accurate. That is to say, the proposed changes would say that for any one contract or vendor, the $10,000 threshold is triggered if it exceeds $10,000 in one fiscal year. So that if, to use your example, if there's a 3-year contract and it's $7,500 in each of those 3 years, it would not have to come before council. That's an accurate statement.
That's exactly what I'm asking, man.
Yep.
Further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Yeah, I am concerned about how, because what you're asking in the ordinance is to be able to approve 60% approximately of the transactions for the city within department or without it coming before council or anyone. And I want to know what are the controls that you have in place to ensure that you don't get into anything fraudulent or that things cannot slip by. Things happen. We've had things happen within the city. And so we want to make sure, before we approve this, that we have a written plan of how these transactions take place, and that plan should be have strong checks and balances to ensure that things that shouldn't happen won't happen.
Correct. I agree with
So
you.
I guess I'm listening for that. I'm listening to hear where are the checks and balances. You want to implement a new process that's going to leave this in the hands of purchasing. What are the checks and balances that you have in place?
I did mention before at the prior hearing when we first were talking about just the different thresholds and the activity that was going on for our procure-to-pay process. We are working on a purchasing policy that will be implemented, which will also have those internal controls in place. Just because we're increasing the threshold does not mean that we're going to stop asking for quotes. After $2,500, they still have to get 3 quotes. It's just not in a formal process where we're putting it on the internet, we're doing an RFQ or an RFP. That requirement will still be there. It has to be attached to their requisition. So there's still things that they're going to have to do in terms of making sure that we're checking the marketplace and checking for pricing.
Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman, I think what you're asking for is a description of our actual policies and procedures. As Ms. Martin said, we are updating those procedures in a written format, but I can tell you what we are actually doing now. So before, we had, unfortunately, a very standard practice, which is not best practice, of individuals actually purchasing items and then entering requisitions to go back and ask for permission to purchase.
Define we.
The city.
When?
Before this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
In past fiscal years and past administrations. And so what we have done now is gone back and said, absolutely under no circumstances are you to purchase something without first having a purchase order in place. And so the way that works is someone in the department enters the information to request permission to purchase an item. The department head then looks at their budget and says, yes or no, it is inside of the budget, and approves it. After that, it goes to the finance department, who then has to say, yes or no, you have followed the policies and procedures of finance. As Ms. Martin has just said, one of those is, depending on the amount of the request, have you actually gotten your 3 quotes or gone through a competitive bid process? If the competitive bid process is of a great enough concern, she will know that you've gone through that process because she will be the one who is actually administering that process. After it goes to her, after it goes there, it also has to go to the finance department again to make sure that it is actually in the right line item. An example that I like to use is that you cannot buy a desk with, so if you needed to buy new furniture, you can't use the line item that was set aside for paying the light bill, right? You have to make sure that the money is being pulled out of the correct line item. So only until all of those things have been accounted for are we, the city, now saying, yes, your purchase order has been approved. Once that purchase order is actually approved and created, the department then has the ability to go out and actually procure that item that they're looking for. And I will tell you that there are some departments right now who are not happy with me because I continue to tell them, no, you cannot buy this because you have not yet fixed the budget deficit. And it's really just a matter of them filling out a budget amendment form. The money is in their budget, just in the wrong line item, and the amount that they need to move is larger than the amount that they are allowed to move without coming before council. And so that is what we are doing to make sure that these requests that we're asking to make changes for are actually following good practice and policy.
On follow-up, Councilwoman James.
Yeah, I appreciate you, outlining that for us verbally. But again, before you go into something this critical, and this is a big deal, that needs to be in writing. That needs to be set in writing, folks trained to and well understanding what that process is. And, to me, I really feel that it would be better to get your process before you come to council really for an approval to change something that you really don't have a firm, nailed down, trained to process in place. I'd like to see that, really. The other question is on the purchase orders. When you submit a purchase order, is there anyone that has to sign off on the purchase order, or could any individual submit a purchase order?
The purchase orders right now are only printed by the purchasing manager, which will be myself.
So they're all approved by you?
Correct.
Okay. So no one has, as they are submitted to you, does anyone, like if finance department wanted to purchase something and the finance manager signed it, would anyone else need to sign off on that purchase order?
Yes, it still has to go through that whole process that I just described to you, and Ms. Martin is the gatekeeper at the end of that process. So even the finance director would still have to make it past her gatekeeping.
So all of the approvals are electronic. They're done through the solution that we're using, BSNA. So when he explained it, first it goes to the department head, that person's approving it, that approval is captured in our audit records. Then it moves on to finance. When finance approves it, that approval is captured in our audit records. So the only person right now that can print purchase orders is the purchasing manager. And if I'm absent, then that duty can transfer to our deputy mayor because he's overseeing finance right now until we hire a finance director.
Mayor Grimal?
I think we all agree about the importance of those policies and procedures. The challenge we face in terms of the sequence of things is our policies and procedures have to align with city ordinance and are ultimately governed by city ordinance. So we can't actually finalize the written policies and procedures until the ordinance modifications are done and the ordinance is finalized. Because, for example, if we have to seek competitive bids on everything, that has to be reflected in the policies and procedures. In contrast, if the threshold for competitive bidding is above $1 and it's $5,000, that has to be reflected in our policies and procedures. So we thought this was the appropriate first step to get the overall ordinance, in essence, legal framework from council, and then based on that, develop the policies and procedures, memorialize those in writing, and then share those with council. So we viewed this as a necessary first step before finalizing and writing those policies and procedures, because those have to operate within the city's ordinance.
Councilman Nicholson?
I value that. I think that I understand the rationale and the steps, but and I agree with where this is ultimately heading. I think right now we have a system that innately does these things, right? That the electronic kind of step down happens. I wonder if that and where my comfort level is similar to my colleague. I think for me to see that in writing, because where we are now is different. I want to make sure that this is very clear. Where we are now is different from where we were, because we have the additional step of the purchasing department ensuring that it meets the guidelines. I wonder if there's a way to have an interim policy drafted that would of what we're doing today and how that system works. And it's procure to pay, but it's essentially the check request process. It's the request for payment process. And if that process is outlined and it's in policy, I know then eventually that policy will resign when the procure to pay policy is, which is a much more robust policy. I understand can't be drafted in an evening or maybe even a week. But do we have a timeline on when we might be able to see that?
Yes, I mentioned the end of December.
Okay.
And so it's me walking into a situation where there's no order. And we're trying to get things organized as quickly as we can and make sure we're doing due diligence by reporting, to council, by recommending what we think may be improvements. I am monitoring everything that's coming through the BSNA system as best as I can. And those controls that are in place with the routing is making sure that it's getting to the proper person. So I just wanted the council to know that we are trying to clean up. We're trying to clean up, we're trying to organize so that next year, this time, we'll be in a better place. And we'll get rid of those bottlenecks that I mentioned in a prior presentation. I know I'm seeing it because I'm physically doing the work, and I wish you could see a picture of it as well. But definitely we do want to make sure that we're clearing up those bottlenecks because we want to improve our vendor relationships. If we keep making late payments to vendors, they're not going to want to do business with us. And if I can't approve a requisition because, okay, they're missing attachments, it's $2,500, that's creating another bottleneck. So that means that their payment is not going to get out in time. I know they're not supposed to hire services prior to getting a requisition, but let's just be honest, that has occurred. So I'm cleaning up things from July, August, September, and trying to get us in a good space.
As a fellow, we value that, and I think we all understand and agree and believe that that's what's happened. And I'll point out again, the forensic audit revealed that the final approval, maybe a check request was requested of a person in a department, and then it was approved by the finance department, who was also approving the check, which is not general accounting procedures, which is not proper. And we have implemented a system that is proper, that does meet that auditor's suggestion, which is fantastic, and it was done in short order. I think what we're looking for to feel a level of comfort is if that process was given to us in writing, and also we know that the staff understand how that's working right now, but as it is right now, it's a matter of practice rather than policy, and I understand we don't want to embed such intense policy, but I think this question would be eliminated if we were able to do an interim policy that is reflective of only what we're doing today.
If okay, if I can have our attorney.
Yeah, I'm all set. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
President McGinnis. I just wanted to add 2 points that might help further the conversation along too. One is sort of the objective given to us was, look, we need to clear up ambiguity in our current ordinance that makes it clear for both council and the administration and for vendors and businesses doing business with the city what levels of authority and how do you get contracts approved. 2, modernizing the ordinance to match what is happening in practice and address the concerns in the forensic audit to make sure there are the proper checks and balances and that proper accounting practices are in place. And so to have that ordinance in place allows the administration, I believe, to be able to structure and make sure all those policies and procedures are in place to match the ordinance. The last note I would make is that keeping a big picture in mind is that the city of Pontiac, like every city in the state, is subject to the Uniform Charts and Accounts Act under the Department of Treasury. You have your annual audits done by outside auditors who come in and examine these things and make a report that the council has to review. And the city is subject and should be implementing the GASB rules. And I think those are all the things that are tracking. And I think this is just one piece of the puzzle that you're all trying to match so that the city can operate in an efficient manner and attract all the business and do the services that you want to do. So,
Mayor Grimel, then Councilman James.
Yeah, just a final thought. We agree strongly with needing ultimately a written policy and procedure. We agree also with putting something in place on an interim basis. But all of those things in terms of that process of what exactly occurs when a good or a service is being purchased, being requested by a department, going through the checks and protocols of the finance department, all of those items are really not related to the specific changes we're recommending as part of this ordinance change that's before you tonight. Because those protocols and processes are about what happens when a department says they need to buy something, and then who signs off on it in the finance department. What we're talking about tonight is about the threshold amounts and what determines those threshold amounts. We're already, obviously the city has been, under the existing ordinance, purchasing things and doing things. And yes, we agree that the current cleaned up practices that are different from those in previous years should be reduced to writing. But that's not what this ordinance is about, and it's not what the proposed changes to the ordinance are about.
Councilman James?
Yes, I understand that, but
what we're being asked in the ordinance, we would need to understand what those purchasing, because what we're doing is saying that purchasing now, before, if you were over a certain amount, it would come to council for approval. Now, we are being asked to approve the fact that it would not need to come to council, that really 3/4 of the purchases for the city will actually be made within department. And so all we're asking is that at least tell us what those policies and procedures are, because we don't know them. I don't know them. I don't know them. So I'd like to be fully aware of what those policies and procedures are. What are those steps, as Deputy Mayor outlined? And I'd like to see those in a written format, so that as we approve this, we have a full understanding that purchasing has those necessary checks and balances such that, they've got the whole bailiwick.
Mayor Grimes.
Well, in terms of the part of this is about changing what has to go through competitive bidding, which does not in and of itself have anything to do with what comes before council. The part that has to do with what comes before council is not a change from past practice. It's always been treated, and I think assumed, and we've been advised, and council has been advised, not just by Gianmarco, but more recently by Clark Hill, that anything less than $10,000 does not need to come before council. But this is designed to eliminate that ambiguity. So we're not actually proposing any change from how things have been operating, not just this year, but for decades. All we're saying is let's put it in writing and clarify it in the ordinance, which is clearly ambiguous. So in terms of what has to come before council or doesn't have to come before council, we're not proposing any change in practice. We're just saying let's memorialize what has long been practiced for decades in writing in the ordinance so that it's clear.
Legislative Counsel Sharp.
Mayor said, because I think he omitted number 7 on page 3, which is options to purchase or sell real property if the option price is over $10,000. So as council is aware, the charter requires any sale of property for council to approve, but there was nothing indicating for options to purchase. So options to purchase over $10,000 are now considered major contracts, whereas before you didn't have that in your ordinance.
So another item of ambiguity.
That is correct. So
And-
that's an example of how this is seeking to kind of be less ambiguous in certain situations.
And was the mayor's characterization accurate in terms of your understanding in recent years of what has been the understood or implied practice, but not codified in ordinance in
Correct.
terms of that threshold?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Pro Tem Carrington?
Just one quick follow-up question. And so basically, the administration can actually make a contract over $10,000, but yet long as it's broken, it's less than $10,000 a fiscal year. No.
Deal with, and Attorney Trebelka can correct me if I'm wrong, if you're talking about professional services, which is a whole different situation, that's like attorneys and accountants, that's when you can exceed.
No, I'm talking about any contract.
Just a regular contract,
Any
anything over
contract that,
10,000 has to come before a
well,
council.
any contract that's multiple years, but yet say 9,000 a year in a fiscal year. Does that contract, even though it's over 10,000 for multiple years, do it has to come before
See,
council?
I would question whether or not what the language says in the actual contract, or whether it speaks to in terms of automatic renewals and so forth. So is it just on its face just a regular contract saying it's $9,999? Then the answer to me would be yes. But if you've got other language in there where in the aggregate potentially where it's going into multiple years, then that's a different type of contract.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get clear.
So I think you would have to take it on a case-by-case basis, but blanketly, I would say if it's $9,999, just, then yes. Or 10,000.
And for further context, Attorney Trebelka.
Yeah, I just say that, Pro Tem Carrington, that I believe that was the point you originally asked and was
Yes.
addressed by the mayor, and that's the point. And that is a fairly common practice in most municipalities across the state. I know, for example, doing work for the city of Detroit, their threshold is $50,000.
50 or 15?
50.
Okay.
$50,000. And so that is really the threshold and usually the debate of what contracts need to come before what parameters. And usually that's where, as the legislative branch, typically the cities look at, okay, where are we going to set that limit and give some discretion to the administration when they have to get contracts done to do business for the city and get contracts done in an efficient manner, quick manner, whatever you want to say. What's that threshold, and then when do they have to come in front of council? And so I think what most cities do when they address those issues is, I think it was Member Nicholson brought up that your finance committee is monitoring what things are coming through and what contracts are coming through, and if there's issues where all of a sudden you start seeing, say, an abuse of in games being played with just staying underneath that threshold and doing 5-year contracts or things like that, that's when the legislative body then steps up and addresses those concerns. So that's just to give some perspective on how it works in
thank
other
you.
jurisdictions.
Any further discussion? Councilman Parker?
I just have a question. Page 4, under section B, small letter B, where it reads, "The mayor, with the concerns of finance director, consider made security services of law firms and accounting firms without city council approval, provided that there are funds available in the city's budget." Does that mean to say you could select your own legal services without council approval? Is that what this is saying?
Well, that's currently what the ordinance indicates.
That what the ordinance indicates?
Yes, I'll let you answer.
Yes.
yeah.
So the short answer is yes, and that's what the existing ordinance says. So that's not new or different language than what's already in there. What we have done through the RFP process for legal services is make it a point to say we're not going to utilize legal services without consulting with council and getting council feedback and approval and acceptance. And we've done that since day one in conversation with council leadership, and more recently through the formal RFP process.
Okay.
Anything further, Councilman Parker?
No, I'm good for now.
Councilman Goodman?
And then, just to hammer home on that point, so what you're saying, Mayor, is that despite this as being what the ordinance says, your practice and that being and been participating in it is that despite this being the ordinance, you have been going out of your way to make sure that council has been a part of this process, that multiple of us have been on that process.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilwoman James?
Would the finance department be able to, could you, as you develop the the various process plans for this new ordinance, would you be able to run that through the finance department so that we could be aware of
Finance
what
and
these?
Personnel Subcommittee?
Yes, yes, subcommittee, thank you.
Yes.
So that we can be aware of what these controls are.
Yeah, we absolutely can share.
Okay.
Further discussion? Deputy Mayor Stevens?
Just quickly, since we do have Attorney Trebilcock here tonight, were there any other questions of law that you had?
Well, you were the last on the speakers list, so. Any further discussion on the speakers list?
No.
Hearing no further discussion? Hearing no motion? Mayor Grimer?
I know I'm not a speaker, but I do just want to note, I know item 14 also was drafted by Mr. Trebilcock, and so I know he's got somewhere to be and has to leave here imminently, but I did just want to note that if he's able to stick around a few minutes, if that item may be taken next, but.
Well, it's related to the ordinance. Mr. Trebilcock, can you speak to what that resolution would do? Because it's sort of a tandem motion that'll be coming. What would be the need for it?
Yeah, so again, out of an abundance of caution and given the ambiguity in the current ordinance and the past practice of the city, this resolution is to make it clear that in case there's ever an argument brought by a contractor of the city about whether a contract is valid or not that was $10,000 or less, that was just executed by the administration without coming to council, that you would now ratify and confirm that those contracts are valid. And that's again caused by the ambiguity in the current purchasing ordinance, and to try to clarify and rectify that. So that's the entirety of the purpose is really what I would consider a matter of housekeeping and good housekeeping for the city.
And procedurally, if there are questions that can't be answered tonight, we could always do an additional reading for that resolution. Thank you. Any further discussion on the adoption of an ordinance to amend the City of Pontiac's purchasing ordinance to clarify certain definitions and procedures and to permit the city's purchasing agent to make non-major expenditures up to $5,000 without engaging in the practice of competitive bidding? And that comports with the language as well. I'm not reading it incorrectly off the agenda. $5,000. Okay. All right. Hearing no further discussion, hearing no motions.
I think we need a move in support. I'm not sure if we moved and supported this previously. Or,
This was our
We
second
did,
reading.
but it's been altered.
Yeah.
And
Is this not the resolution that was before us last week?
Yes, it is.
We have a motion and a second.
Well,
There
the
was
one
two,
for the
and then
5,000.
2 weeks ago, there was an initial ordinance that is now negated, that we have not brought back. Tell me if I'm wrong, Mayor Grimal.
I hate to say it, but you're wrong. There was a proposed alteration made, and it was, I think, adding in the fiscal year language, and that is new since the previous meeting.
Okay, but, so if it's posted publicly, it qualifies for a second reading. It satisfies that requirement, but you're stating we just want a fresh move in second.
Yes, that's
So
all.
that, okay.
Yeah, that's all.
All right, great. So, is there a move in, it's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, is there a second?
Support.
All right, so now we have a motion before us, and as a technicality, I'm sorry I didn't make that realization earlier, so that way we were talking about something that we have moved and seconded. But the conversation still stands. Is there any further discussion on this adoption of an ordinance to amend? Speakers list, technically, we try to keep it to where someone's recognized for a second time and that's it, but this is an ordinance, so we want to be as thorough and deep dive as possible. So I thank you for the valuable questions, which will make our financial controls even stronger procedurally once and if this framework is adopted. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the adoption of the ordinance to amend the City of Pontiac's purchasing ordinance. Clerk Doyle.
Harrington.
No.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker.
No.
Rutherford. 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Does the motion carry?
Yes.
Okay. That motion carries. And we are now at, back to the regular order. We are at recognition of elected officials. I know I see Library Board Trustee H. Bill Maxey is in the audience. Are there any requests for elected officials speaking on their elected official role?
Good evening, and thank you. I have a lot of questions about the last $10,000, $5,000. Is that a set aside?
This is time for recognition of elected officials. Would you like to speak on the library?
Okay. Well, let me rephrase. Yes, tomorrow is Veterans Day. Between the hours of 9 and noon, Jesse at Auburn will have veteran breakfast for them and their families and anyone that want to have breakfast with us. This is sponsored by Allen's Incorporated. We would appreciate you coming and having breakfast with us. That is my discussion, remarks, special remarks for my position as library board trustee.
Thank you, sir. Any further requests for recognition of elected officials? With that, we are at agenda address.
Thank you, President McGinnis. This is Ilo Miller. Oh, okay. Mr. Bill Maxey.
I'm up again?
Yes,
Well,
agenda address.
Agenda address, sir.
You came up with, you really came up with agenda. Now, on the public side, as I'm speaking of, my question is this really a set aside? Because $5,000 and $10,000, is there a SOP, a standard operation procedure for this? Is the policy in place? And I'm wondering, where is the list coming from for those who wish to bid, businesses that want to bid under 5 or under 10? Do you get any points for home-based veteran ownership, or do you just get a list from somewhere? I'm wondering, I have not seen a list for veterans, minority, or disadvantaged. I know the mayor is working on that, but these are the questions that I have. I believe it's set aside in all of my experience. And like I said, I would like to be on that list as a small business, minority owner, and find out how many points do I get for having a home-based business. Am I first, second, or third? Or am I going to Waterford or Keego Harbor and pick from that list? I would like to have these answers. I'll probably have a conversation because I'll be talking with the mayor about this. We've had a lot of conversation. And so far, it's like we're moving ahead, and I could appreciate that. But these are the answers that I would like to have.
Thank you, sir.
Rick David, who I don't see in the audience.
Dr. Deidre Waterman.
I'm talking about number 18, and that is the closed session secret meeting about recreational marijuana brought to the city of Pontiac. And I would like to first say I feel for the members of the finance department who are here, who are suffering because they don't have a, Plant Moran walked away May 1st from the city, and they haven't had an accounting firm to work with, and they don't have a finance director. So I just want to say they do a yeoman's job, and I just wanted to give my commiseration to them. But in terms of this recreational marijuana, I know that the council had heard from Mayor Grimo, who said he wanted to bring an ordinance to the city council for medical marijuana. And you've heard over several meetings now in Planning Commission that several of the district members and people and the residents were concerned about granting licenses to medical marijuana facilities in our residential neighborhoods. So, and that's done through a loophole. So we hope that if council is considering recreational marijuana, they will correct some of the loopholes that are put in medical marijuana. There are people who agree that such a vote to opt in should be written to assure that marijuana facilities will be prohibited from locating in residential neighborhoods. There should be significant buffers separating such facilities from the homes of residents, from schools, from churches, from playgrounds, and from child care facilities. Another problem is that the current medical marijuana ordinance allows for an unlimited number of medical marijuana facilities, which we believe is too overwhelming for a city of our size and population. So that should be controlled. The other thing that is under the present medical marijuana ordinance, and this can be corrected if medical marijuana, is the fact that community benefits are not given out without secretly
That does
by the
conclude your
clerk
time.
without consulting the districts.
Thank you. Bishop Gibson.
My comment is about the fire over there. I'd like to ask a question. Why do our residents have to be locked in one way in and one way out? Even the chief just said in a house, you should have a door in and a door out. The other day at the fire over here, there was one way in, another way out. To get out, the fire department comes, they can't come to the gate. And I do not understand it. If they take an axe to cut your door down or a chainsaw to cut your door down, the house on fire, why in the world they couldn't ride their truck through that gate that was locked? It took 8 minutes. I was on scene, so I know. It took over 8 minutes to back those trucks back up that little street, to get back on Michigan Street, to come all the way around to put this fire out. It makes no sense. And then we did have young men. I did get their names. I didn't bring them with me. They was knocking on doors and hitting on doors. I called council, I called the mayor, and gave names of these folks trying to get folks out. Covered in glass, cut up with glass. They tried to get those people out of that fire. I do not understand why we only had two trucks. That was a wonderful presentation. I was on site. My son lived over there. I was on site. 2 fire trucks when I got there on scene. 2. 7 minutes later, the other 2 came, and they couldn't get down the street. Then the other one showed up after that. It makes no sense for a city our size. Life was not lost this time, but what would happen the next time when we have what you call the bottleneck? Why cannot we open these gates? If someone's running from the police, they can run around the gates. So why do we have to have one way in and only one way to drive out? It makes no sense, and I don't want to see a loss of life because we are afraid of our own residents in our own neighborhood. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gloria Miller, agenda address and what item, please?
First, Mr. Maxey, I don't know who you are, but thank you for your service as a veteran. Okay, first of all, I want to address the Pontiac Panthers. And I don't want to sound repetitive, but I will. I'm going to search. I'm going to ask you, Councilman Carrington, because I know you're on part of the Panthers, and I didn't want to blow anybody's happiness tonight, but I talked to many of the young parents out there in the hall. Where is that $10,000 that I allocated when I was on the council for the Panthers? The mothers and the parents said we could have used that money. I heard person after person coming to this podium tonight saying what they did. If we got millage money in this city, not one of our kids in this city should go without. Not one. They shouldn't have to suffer. Councilwoman Mother, what you said is great. But why do our kids have to suffer like that? We got money. We got a millage. And guess what? We just passed another one. So what's going to happen with that? Because some people are going to lose their home from that millage because they can't afford what they got. We got seniors here that can't afford it. So I want to know, I'm going to track that money down. If I had to give me an FBI to make sure the Panthers get that money, and it goes not into an administration, but to those parents' home, because many in the hall out there told me we could have used that money. We could have used it. And second of all, you know, for 4 years, I sat on the council and I watched. I commend you, Carrington, Parker, and who was the other person? Oh, and Melanie, for not voting for that. It's a lot of ways you can get past $5,000. You just keep pumping that $4.99, $4.99, and you're going to look up 3 or 4 years later, you're going to be where we at. Auditors, feds, because it's easy to steal money. I know, I've been in the inside. And what I'm seeing is the same old for the city of Pontiac. And I'm warning you, council, watch yourselves. Because you are the gatekeepers of that money. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our agenda address.
All right, is there a motion to adopt the resolution saluting Pontiac's veterans this Veterans Day?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. That motion is before us. We give the floor to Pro Tem Carrington to read the text.
Pontiac City Council resolution saluting Pontiac veterans this Veterans Day. Whereas it is sincere gratitude that the Pontiac City Council graciously recognizes November 11th, the anniversary of the ending of World War I, by paying tribute to the heroes of that tragic struggle and remembering those who have served the United States military. And whereas in the intervening years, the United States has been involved in subsequent military conflicts, which have added millions of veterans living and dead to the honor rolls of this nation. And whereas Congress passed a concurrent resolution on June 4th, 1928, calling for the observance of November 11th with appropriate ceremonies, and later provided an act approved May the 13th, 1938, that the 11th of November should be a legal holiday and should be known as Armistice Day. And whereas in order to expand the significance of that commemoration, and in order that a grateful nation might pay appropriate homage to the veterans of all its wars who have contributed so much to the preservation of this nation, the Congress, by an act approved June the 1st, 1954, changed the name of the holiday to the Veterans Day. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council hereby calls upon the citizens of Pontiac to observe November 11th as Veterans Day. And on that day, let us remember the sacrifices of those who fought so courageously on the seas, in the air, and on the foreign shores to preserve our freedom. And let us commit ourselves to the task of promoting and enduring peace so that their efforts shall not have been in vain. Pontiac City Council, November the 10th, 2022.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford.
I just want to commend all the veterans in the city of Pontiac that have served, especially Mr. Bill Maxey, all the ones that I know, my brother, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, who I had the opportunity of doing an ancestry background check, and I found out that my great-grandfather, Van Rutherford, served in the Civil War. My grandfather served in World War I, Malachi Gibson Rutherford. My other grandfather, Doc Rutherford, served in the Korean War, and my father was the only one who didn't serve. So I didn't know that until I did the ancestry background check. So I thought it was amazing to finally to know that I have relatives that actually served for this country. But to all the people who have served and gave their lives and sacrifices so that we can have the freedoms that we sometimes take for granted, I thank you, and I'm humbled by your sacrifice. So thank you.
Others that wish to have the floor? I want to point out that we have two veterans on this honorable body.
Oh, yeah.
I want to thank Councilman Parker for your service and Pro Tem Carrington for your service. I'm missing any?
I forgot he was in the people's place.
Could we please have all Pontiac residents that are with us this evening, please rise if you served in any of the branches of the armed forces? Any military veterans in the audience?
Big brother.
You
could stand.
Y'all did serve. They let Carrington serve.
Alumni, Bill Maxey.
And we extend that tribute to all those that aren't physically with us this evening, including those that have since passed as well. Mr. Maxey announced it, but I just want to emphasize that on Pontiac's East Side tomorrow from 9 a.m. to noon, free meals by Uncle Jerry's Barbecue at Auburn and Jesse. So come one, come all. Are there any other Veterans Day tributes or acknowledgements taking place tomorrow that you want to amplify?
I'm buying chicken. That's it.
All right, with that, speakers list concluded. Roll call and adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. And as a postscript note, city offices are closed. It's a federal holiday, Veterans Day, so on Friday, November 11th, Pontiac City Hall is similarly closed. Pontiac Public Library. I imagine school still.
Schools will be open.
Schools.
Oh, U.S. Postal Service, those services,
The
of course, will be
banks,
closed.
yeah.
And it's a federal bank holiday as well. So we'll make sure you know that for tomorrow as we observe as a nation, Friday, November 11th. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve a contract between the city and PK Contracting for citywide striping and legend markings and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. The item is before us. Please give us the backstory. Mayor Greimel.
Thank you very much, President McGinnis. This is a pretty straightforward contract proposal for striping of roadways in the city. I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Mayor Stevens for some additional detail.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, you heard Purchasing Manager Martin this evening speak about the idea of working with cooperatives. This is actually an example of that. We are partnering or going under the contract that Oakland County has established for this particular service, and the reason we would be doing that is that they give you a bulk rate by the amount of lane miles that you are striping, and by participating with Oakland County, we are striping more lane miles and therefore get a lower rate. And just a couple of bullet points here. We have $145,000 budgeted in the Major Street Fund for this work, and we have the following amounts to stripe. So we will be doing 639,810 feet of yellow lines, 116,016 feet of white lines. We will also be placing arrows, stop bars, crosswalks, and several railroad crossings with this contract.
Thank you. Procedurally, if a city council member or resident communicating to a city council member identifies a part in our neighborhood that's looking rough when it comes to the, erosion of these legend markings or striping, can you speak to what assessments already have been done, will be done, or is it worthwhile for us to flag, hey, this part's looking hit up?
So it is always 100% worthwhile to flag that. I would imagine, unfortunately, Director Cooley is not here with us this evening. I would imagine that this is the last type of this activity that will happen in this calendar year, just because at any day now, we could get to a point where that's just not, physically possible. But it is definitely good for us to have that information as we go about doing these types of services next year, that we would already have that information. It would be top of mind. I would also like to note to that exact concept that there are areas of James K that need that type of that type of work. They are not included in this particular contract because we found out about them beforehand, and there's actually a separate contract handled for that. So it's always good to give us that information.
Councilman Nicholson.
Yeah, and I'll point out that part of James K it's such a unique. The street was changed to be a one. You can only enter off of Telegraph. So what we had when the entrance was changed, there's no turn-in signs. People are still turning in because the street just looks like any other street. You get about 2 car lengths down the street, you can see the sign. So having that big white stripe and then this is a right turn, this is a left turn, it'll be obvious for somebody trying to turn onto that street that this is not how you enter. So, we only learned about that from a resident saying, I live right in front of this entrance and people still aren't abiding by it. What creative things, what did we used to have? And those have been completely eroded off the street through, cars driving over them, sun dying, all of those things. So make sure if there's something that's unique or special about your street, the entrance of it, to let your council person know so we can advocate.
Any further discussion? I know that there are other municipalities throughout Oakland County that have taken this same step, essentially ratifying, so that way we could take advantage of this cooperative reduced pricing. Anything further that council would like to pursue? Any discussions, any motions? Mayor Grimal and then Councilwoman James.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. Just for the record, how long is this contract for, or is this arrangement for?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. It is in the contract.
Was that your same question, Councilwoman James?
It was one of them. The other one was the 145, the 145,000 that's budgeted.
Yes.
What is this? Is the 498 the Oakland County amount, or is that our amount? The 498,480. Is that the Oakland County amount?
That would, I
Or
believe
is that a bond? No, it says the contract price.
Where are you reading the 498?
Road Commission.
It does state countywide legend.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So the, our part of it is the 145,000.
That is correct. And to answer the question, this is only for this fiscal year, this contract.
Okay.
And it's worth pointing out, when we were considering our fiscal year budget, it was amended by city council to increase that. Councilman Nicholson made that motion because it saw that there was obviously a lot of deferred work on this front, that a lot of our neighborhoods throughout the city, there's a lot of work to take into account. So that's why it's a particularly robust number, because we want to make up for lost time, lost work that had been handled. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, hearing no motions to postpone, roll call on adoption of the resolution to approve a contract between the city and PK Contracting for citywide striping and legend markings, and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution ratifying all non-major contracts under $10,000 entered into by the city since January 4th, 2022?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Moved by Carrington.
It's been motioned by
Support.
Councilman Goodman, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Mayor, initial rationale.
This is the issue that Mr. Trubilcock spoke about. It's long been practice for contracts of less than $10,000 not to come before council. But as we have been reviewing our ordinances to make sure that they comply with best practice, that they're clear, and based on recommendations from staff, we discovered that it's not, frankly, crystal clear that this $10,000 threshold exists for contracts coming before council. But of course, we've been acting in accordance with longstanding best practice and in accordance with advice from council, including Clark Hill, that they didn't need to come before council. And as Mr. Trubilcock indicated, out of an abundance of caution, he viewed this as a housekeeping matter to just ensure that council ratifies the practice since January 4th of this year only, to ratify the practice of not bringing contracts of less than $10,000 before council. Again, this is only for practice that has occurred on or since January 4th of this year.
Discussion. Councilman Nicholson?
So I'm trying to look at the second to last whereas, and I guess the now therefore it be resolved. When we're saying that we affirm all non-major city purchases, are we saying that since in the period of January 4th through the 22nd, when those decisions were made, that we're also affirming those decisions?
That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
Any discussion?
Okay, I see.
Hearing no further discussion, hearing no motions to postpone, roll call on adoption of the.
You know, I do want to make one comment.
You have the floor.
Where this has been, and I want to just underline in the last discussion over the sort of adjoining matter, when there have been situations where the mayor has been able to take advantage of that proclivity in our charter, every one of those decisions has involved a subcommittee or the members of the subcommittee being involved in the RFP process, even when it's been interim support or being made aware of this is the direction that we're looking in for interim support. And all of those situations, in my experience, have been for interim support. We have been needing something. So when we had a member of the public make a comment earlier about, how terrible it's been that Plant Moran's not been here, there is an interim support, and that decision to bring them on was the mayor exercising his right under our city charter to be able to do so. So, I feel very confident in those matters.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, hearing no motion to postpone, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Guinness,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve budget amendments?
Move Carrington.
Supported by Rutherford.
It has been moved by President Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford to approve the budget amendment. This was before us 2 weeks ago when we authorized the clerk to post it. So ample window has been provided. And this is regarding the insurance fund GL account, medical insurance retiree account in the amount of $3,050,000 increase to the revenue estimate in that insurance fund, and in the medical GERS account in the amount of $250,000. And so that way, and I'll let the mayor and administration give further backstory, so that way we're making sure we're good on our obligations as other processes work out. We've got the motion, we've got the second. Mayor Grimal, give it to us.
Yeah, thank you very much, President McGinnis. I'll allow Deputy Mayor Stevens to add anything that he deems appropriate. But this is about providing medical insurance to city retirees. And for many years, in recent years anyway, what has occurred is that the city has provided for funding for the coverage of medical insurance for retirees and been reimbursed by the applicable VIBA. We anticipated when we set this year's budget that we would no longer need to do that because the VIBAs were merging. That's been delayed because of a provision in the settlement agreement requiring IRS approval to merge those, and the IRS simply doesn't give such approval to anybody. And so both parties, CIPRI and the city, have agreed to amend the settlement agreement to take out that requirement. But there are some other things that have been holding up amendments to the settlement agreement. So this year, as we have in past years, we are going to have to, again, pay for that health insurance directly and then get reimbursed by the VIBA. And this is simply moving funding around within the line items of the budget to facilitate that process. Is that a full and complete summary, Deputy Mayor?
Accurate.
Any further discussion? So essentially, as broader processes continue to grind their way like an iceberg or a glacier across the terrain, that we want to make sure we're adhering to what our financial obligations are. And we hope the glacier moves faster for the sake of retirees and the cities. Hearing any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Again, this was before us 2 weeks ago. It is back now for adoption of the resolution to approve those budget amendments. Hearing no discussion further, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the City of Pontiac State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund American Rescue Plan Act project budget?
So moved.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilman Parker for this resolution adoption. It's a substantial matter, and I just want the council to know that we have the capacity that it can be over multiple weeks. We are not obligated to, under the gun per se, to adopt it tonight, although this is not our first conversation about it. We delved into this broadly at the August 20th special meeting as well, and subcommittees have discussed it at various different levels. But I want to make sure that that was known from the jump, that we have the opportunity to have a thorough review of it. So it's now before us. We want to give the initial floor to the mayor administration to give some further detail on what we have, and then we'll have thorough discussion.
Oh, no, I was just trying to get a copy of it. It's not in here.
Okay. Mayor Grimal.
Do all council people have a hard paper copy of the documentation in their council packet? I just heard.
We have some documentation, but it doesn't look like that.
Look like that, that's
Probably
fine.
just a.
It may not be so pretty as the PowerPoint presentation, but the substantive memo, which will follow the pretty PowerPoint presentation, should be in all of your council packets. Our budget director, Alex Borngesser, is going to get into all of the details, but
Grants
just
and Philanthropy Director, please don't do that, sir.
but just but just at a very high level, this is the first step in the process of really allocating and ultimately spending the amazing funding opportunity that we have as a city. For the public's benefit, as part of the American Rescue Plan Act at the federal level, Pontiac has been allocated nearly $38 million in funding. Now, it's really important to keep in mind that this is one-time funding. This is just coming to us this one time. It's been granted to the city. It's been held in a separate designated account. And this is really a once in a generation, maybe once in a century opportunity to have these funds. And so we've gone about making a proposal that's before City Council tonight about the broad categories of areas that we want to spend these funds in. That's really what tonight's about. It's about these broad level categories or buckets that we are proposing we spend these funds in. If council approves this, then our grants department and grants and philanthropy department under Ms. Borngesser will go about putting proposals in place for all of the details about how to spend within each of those buckets, and we'll be bringing those detailed proposals before council for approval before that spending is initiated. One of the things that we have considered and put a lot of thought into, and will continue to put a lot of thought into, is how do we get the most long-term bang for the buck, if you will, out of these? How do we make sure that this one-time money that's not coming in again is spent and invested in a way that has long-term benefit for the community? When it comes to capital expenditures, meaning building a community center or investing in parks or other capital improvements, that's pretty straightforward. Those are going to be long-term physical investments in the community. When it comes to other items like workforce development or business support or lake water remediation or other things that are not exactly a capital expenditure, although lake water remediation should have long-term benefits, we want to make sure that that's done in a way that is as sustainable as possible over time, or a bridge to what we expect to be future annual revenue streams that we believe are coming. So we've tried to put a lot of thought into that. How do we make this a long-term investment, and how do we try to make it as sustainable of an investment year in and year out in future years to the greatest extent permissible under the federal act and in accordance with our broad objectives to improve the quality of life and expand economic opportunity for all of Pontiac's residents. And without further ado, I want to turn it over to Ms. Borngesser for the more detailed presentation.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. So our plan for this evening is to review the overall program area allocation. It is to walk through each of these issue spaces and program areas and get an understanding of the award ceiling or program ceiling that we might apply to each area. So to start, I'd just like to note that the city did host several town halls to engage in community feedback sessions and listening sessions over the last many months. We collected information via email and digital survey. We met with community stakeholders, partner organizations throughout the city, and nonprofits throughout the city of Pontiac to kind of gather information about other programs that are being implemented and to leverage those programs and those resources to empower our programs so we weren't, A, being duplicative, and B, we could build off each other's success. So to start, I'd like to go through a little bit of background. Maybe this works. There we go. The American Rescue Plan Act was signed into law in March of last year, this act is meant to provide aid to both state and local governments to promote local communities' recovery and revitalization following the impacts of COVID-19. And that's really important because all of the programs that are implemented, funded through the American Rescue Plan, have to remediate the negative impacts of COVID-19 on this community. And the definition also includes extending some of the capital improvement investments to communities that were disproportionately impacted by COVID, and Pontiac qualifies as one of those communities. The city did receive $37.7 million in American Rescue Plan dollars, and there are a couple of acronyms in this proposal or this presentation. One is the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. You might see that. That's the fund that's utilized to provide these resources, and so I didn't want to leave that ambiguous. There are a couple of key dates. The funding is required to be obligated by December 31st of 2024, and the city has until December 31st of 2026 to fully expend those resources. Obligating funds means that we have to commit the funds to an activity, and that requires perhaps a formal council resolution to appropriate those dollars and engage in the RFP process, those types of things, procurement and purchasing. Our objective today is to review the proposed budget or program area allocation and the overarching program areas. Our objective today is not to explore the minutia of possibilities or to develop detailed program plans. And that's because it is exceptionally challenging to build detailed program plans if we are unclear about how much money we're working with in each of these areas. And so if we were to build, for example, a large budget for hosting a parade, that's not going to happen, but if it did, it would be hard to know how much we have to spend on that parade. So we're just looking at program areas now so that the administration can begin programming in each of those spaces. In the immediate future, we will develop detailed program plans and bring formal budget amendments accompanied by those plans before council for approval. And a couple of key items. Ineligible projects includes deposits into a pension fund to either directly or indirectly offset a reduction in net tax revenue resulting from a change in law, regulation, or administrative interpretation during this covered period, and contributions to rainy day funds, payments on outstanding debt, and fees or issuance of cost of new debt. And this excludes lost revenue. Eligible program areas responding to the public health and negative impacts, economic impacts of the pandemic, providing premium pay to essential workers, providing government services to the extent of revenue loss due to the pandemic, and making necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. This is very small, so I would ask that you look in your council packet. This is as large as I could make it, but we'll go through each of these sections in a larger way in a moment. This is the overall budget. It does consider the full $37.7 million. At this time, it's broken out into key categories, including parks, a community center, home repair programs, crime and safety, arts and culture, infrastructure projects, and economic development projects. There are measures for contingency, of course, and then a small portion set aside for communications and marketing and delivering of information, necessary information to our residents. So I intend to go through each of these sections to walk through the way that we've programmed it in each of these areas or intend to program in each of these areas. If you'd like, I can stop after each slide. If you'd prefer, I can go all the way through and we can ask questions at the end. What is your preference?
Let's go all the way through, and then we'll handle questions per
Perfect.
bucket.
So the first program area is park improvements. You'll see here that we have a total of $6 million allocated for park improvements. It is designated in two pots. One is for neighborhood and mini parks, as noted in our Parks and Rec Master Plan. The second is for park improvements in our community parks. The difference there is $4 million for neighborhood and mini parks and $2 million for community parks. You will see on the slide the permissible use. This is the expenditure category. This is how we would begin to report this to the federal government and remain in compliance. I did include it just for the sake of conversation. There's a little bit of program area overview that outlines the need, but really this would allow us to implement park improvements as indicated by our Parks and Rec Master Plan. Community and Recreation Center, so there's $3 million indicated here. This would be to invest in the community center that we're hoping to either reopen or to build. And I would like to point out one thing that I missed in my other slide, which is that there's an indirect cost column indicated on the budget as well, which you can see in your council packets. We did consider what it would cost to actually program these resources. As I've mentioned before, the bulk of the work in granting or fund management actually happens post-award. And so getting the money is actually the easiest part. It's really what do you do with it and how do you pay staff and build capacity to implement program. I think it's no secret that we, over the last many months, have been short-staffed, and so that will impact our ability to program in an expedient way with efficacy and velocity. And so we did consider how we might best implement indirect cost fees into this so we can offset those costs to the city using American Rescue Plan dollars, and that is indicated in that second column. We are proposing a home repair program. The details of the home repair program would require that we have an award ceiling for this program area to decide, but we are exploring many different options, granting programs, loan programs, technical assistance programs, those types of things. And here we have $3.5 million allocated plus indirect costs. Bless you. Under the category of crime and safety, we have $500 allocated for crime and safety.
$500?
500,000. Did I say 500? It's been a long day. This is meant to fund a ceasefire program or ceasefire violence reduction program or some similar program that mirrors those types of values. We have $500,000 allocated to arts and culture. This would be meant to support local artists or arts and culture nonprofits and projects throughout the city, understanding that those types of organizations have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. The next category is lake water quality remediation. You'll see, I think it's no secret that we have not tested the water quality of our natural bodies of water in Pontiac. As we work to redevelop our park system that is directly adjacent to many of these bodies of water, it's important to understand what type of risks are associated with fishing or swimming or partaking in recreation, as well as the quality of our drinking water and the effects of the Clinton River. And so we have allocated $1 million towards lake water quality remediation throughout to be programmed around all of our public waterways.
The resident was asking what the total you just shared for that lake water quality remediation.
Oh, it's $1 million. The next category is storm sewer repairs and replacement. Again, it's no secret that our storm sewer system is in desperate need of televising and repair. And we, as you know, we did receive some resources for that activity, but it's not nearly enough. And so here we have $2 million for storm sewer repair and replacement to continue that process throughout the city. The next category is pedestrian enhancements and Department of Public Works support infrastructure. We can use these resources to improve sidewalks, crosswalks, and other pedestrian activities that are the responsibility of the Department of Public Works, and that might include any sort of capital expenditure here throughout the city that supports that type of work. The total for that section is $1 million. The next area is blight removal. This is an enumerated, explicitly enumerated item within the Treasury's final rule. And these ARPA funds would provide resources to remove blight and provide services to vacant or abandoned properties.
Bless you. And what was that amount for blight removal?
That's $1 million. The next category is small business support. The the administration explored many different options for implementing small business support. Again, understanding what the limits of those resources are would greatly impact the way we would program it. So we're exploring perhaps small loans, grants, or technical assistance, depending on the total amount that was allocated to that issue space. That's $2.5 million. The next category is placemaking and development. Placemaking can be utilized as an economic development tool. We understand that the negative impacts of COVID-19 have halted placemaking activities in and around our city, and the impacts that has on housing and other developments throughout the city. Additionally, we might work towards increased housing in downtown Pontiac, utilizing some of these resources in unique and creative ways. The total amount here is $3 million. The next category is workforce development and childcare. Again, we'll be working to program and offer skills training, career coaching, job placement, and high demand careers. Understanding that the total allocation for this category would determine how we might program that. We are hoping to utilize these resources to remove barriers to entry point. And one of the key barriers to employment is access to affordable and reliable childcare.
And that total?
That total is $1.5 million. Lastly, you'll see that we have $100,000 allocated to communications and distribution of information, perhaps mailings and flyers, resources to residents to make sure that they have access to these funds if and when appropriate. Additionally, the lost revenue replacement, the $10 million that was already appropriated. And then we do have roughly $1.1 million for contingency, understanding that the climate for services and goods right now is volatile, and inflation has impacted the cost of our services and the products we use to perform public enhancements. And so we built that in to make sure that there are no runovers on any of our projects. Now, I think it's important to note that these areas are broad. And so once we understand exactly how much money we have in each area, we'll be able to better program. I think in overarching themes, there are lots of different ways we can impact our community that are not explicit in the title of each of these issue areas. For instance, the blight remediation category can certainly be used for blight removal in its truest sense, but also to bolster code enforcement, to crack down on rental properties that are not safe and healthy environments. We can utilize arts and culture programming to impact programming for our seniors. So we can be creative about the ways that we utilize this, but really we're looking for allocation in each of these issue areas. So that was a lot of talking. So I'd like to offer you the opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you for the work that you, your team, the consultants for the city have been working to undertake that, and the engagement that you've had with city council members so that way the priorities are in alignment. We mentioned, of course, these various subcategories, so if you could cue it up from the top again. You can ask questions broadly. It doesn't have to go in that same order, but in case we want to drill down deeply by category, I want to at least have some flow with it. So it's worth pointing out that when we're talking about park improvements for the city of Pontiac, this does not mean that this is the cap for park improvements in the city of Pontiac. It's talking about programming this specific bucket of federal gold. broadly. So there are other grants that are being pursued. There are other budget line items that we have. There are other philanthropic opportunities that we will continue to pursue. So for each of these categories, what the administration has worked to do is find out how can we be as strategic as possible about what the federal rules allow. And that was a big driving part of it. So if you think of a category and say, well, what about, why isn't that there? The most likely reason is because the federal government already wrote their rules and said, sorry, you can't use these funds for X, Y, and Z. And that was a big driving factor. So I just wanted to provide that context.
May I chime in?
Yep.
That's correct. And it's important to know, and I left it off by mistake, but we are utilizing, and we have thought about ways to leverage these resources to help them grow. And so there are some restrictions around utilizing federal resources as to fulfill a matching requirement on federal granting, or within federal granting. There's something called the 80-20 rule. Projects cannot be funded over 80% with federal resources, but we can utilize these resources in the ARPA allocation or appropriation to provide the match on private resources. And so we have thought a lot about how do we leverage the ARPA funds to turn them into much larger pots of resources for each of these projects. We have been in conversation with the county about how they might provide some matching opportunities for these resources. And so the money doesn't stop here with just this program budget.
First question goes to Councilwoman Rutherford, but I do want to offer up a little treasure or treat for the community, and the mayor, tell me if I'm going too overboard with this, but to Director Borngesser's point, she's saying that we've gone to Oakland County and said, we have these substantial American Rescue Plan Act funds, and this is the directions we want to go. So how about Oakland County put up and make up for lost ground and commit to the city of Pontiac by helping maximize the funding? Either, and I don't want to use the match word, but basically how can there be some collaboration? And I just want to thank the mayor and our other Oakland County officers that represent Pontiac that are going to the mat for that, because that can be transformational if we're taking our bucket of funds and saying, we have a partner that's just a few miles down the road, our Oakland County government, they have received hundreds of millions of dollars of American Rescue Plan funds. And so some of it's already been programmed and funded, but it's trying to use this as a catalyst to maximize the bang for Oakland County residents. And did you want to, is that okay to say that? Did I do too much? Did I go too far?
Not at all. No, it's an important point to make, and I appreciate you highlighting it, because we are putting on the full court press to the county to urge them to ideally match dollar for dollar, but at least chip in substantially with some level of contribution around the priorities that we're identifying. So it's a really important point. It's a very high priority for us. There's no guarantee yet as to what the county will do, but it's something we're working very diligently on.
Councilman Rutherford.
2 questions. You stated that you wanted to do grants and loans for the home repairs. Isn't it true that we can't use the money to loan it out to anyone? It has to be a grant?
So the final rule, and I don't want to quote the final rule because it is very in-depth and dense, but the final rule does create space for loan programs. The language does make it clear that the resources would have to be expended by 2026. So we're exploring options for creating some sort of loan fund, though that decision hasn't been made yet, but the exploration is happening. Cities like the city of Detroit and elsewhere are implementing loan programs and grant programs and technical assistance on a sliding scale for residents with different demographics, and so we're certainly exploring that option.
And the other part of my question is, you budgeted for $500,000 for the arts. How did you come up with that number? How did the administration come up with just $500,000 for the arts? Just $500,000.
There's not a magic formula here, but we wanted to be sensitive towards thinking through what programming might be possible in a relatively short span of time of several years without creating a huge explosion in expenditures that's going to expire in 2026, leaving a gap that's going to be impossible to fill after that point. It doesn't do any good, as I said at the outset, to have unsustainable expenditures of dollars for a very short period of time, unless it's a bridge to some future projected annual revenue source, or unless those short-term expenditures are going to have very long-term benefit. So it was an effort to put something towards jump-starting some events in the community without just carrying the full weight of enormously large or expansive programming that is unsustainable. Because again, it doesn't do any good to have short-term expenditures if they're not sustainable long-term or if they're not going to provide long-term impact.
Questions on park improvements? Councilman Nicholson, Councilwoman James.
Tell me if I know that this is us approving the buckets, but in the explanation about the breakout between neighborhood and mini parks, it talks about it being evenly distributed amongst council districts. Have we decided how that calculation will be made? Is it divided by 7, or is it based on square footage of parkland, or we're not to that space yet?
Those are both points that we've explored. We haven't made a decision. When we're talking about dividing, because I just want to be clear, dividing those resources amongst the council districts, we're talking about the neighborhood and mini parks specifically. We're suggesting that perhaps because we feel that the council members and the council districts are most closely tied with those neighborhood parks. Additionally, we have other funding opportunities currently, other lines in the water, so to speak, for the community parks that might become more complicated with the use of lots of ARPA resources. So we have not made that decision, and certainly we'll look to council to provide advice during that process.
Thank you.
Councilwoman James.
Yeah, the administrative funds that you have in the budget, are those indirect costs, could those be possibly the city hiring and bringing in short-term contractors to help us to be able to implement these programs? What's the thought behind the indirect cost?
So much of the indirect costs are staff time associated with the park redevelopment. So as you know from going through the Galloway Lake Park community-led design process, they are heavy on staff time. And so we considered how much staff time would be allocated to each of these projects. If we're looking at roughly $6 million worth of redevelopment, staff time will be heavy. Additionally, this is heavy on the engineering side. And so assuming that we have the engineering position filled, this would cover the indirect costs of staff, resources like office supplies and computers and all those types of things, so that the city is not dampening its resources that are meant for use of other things that's outside of implementing ARPA programming.
But this is a huge amount of these programs that you will put definition into and to be able to implement represent a huge amount of work. And I'm just wondering, are we thinking that current staff will really be able to really manage and execute these programs to the point where residents will not miss, anything from it? We have a fairly small staff.
So as my intention, or what is implied here, but perhaps not explicitly noted, is that the park redevelopment process would follow the other similar pattern to the other park redevelopment. So it would go through a natural appropriation process, budget amendments, and then an RFP process to bid out the work. So you're absolutely right. I maybe misunderstood your first question.
Yeah, I'm not just talking about parks. I'm talking about that administrative category across the board of whether or not we are planning, whether we're planning to possibly bring in contract people to help to implement these programs. This is a lot to do.
No, that is a great question and a great point, and that goes to Director Borngesser's original point about not having a fully detailed budget, right? You have a category, you have a broad idea and a ceiling, at which point we can then go back and say, all right, given the amount of funds that we've been allocated, what can we actually do? And given what we can actually do with those funds, what can we actually do ourselves? and where do we need to go and bring in additional help?
Mayor Grimal.
Yeah, the other important point is that we're not envisioning that we're going to bring all of these detailed proposals to you 2 months from now. We plan on rolling them out in bundles of proposals. So this isn't all going to be, all of the details within each category isn't going to be brought to you all at once. We envision bringing certain bundles of specific proposals to council in waves over next year. So in the first quarter, bringing some of these proposals to you. Second quarter, some additional proposals so that it is more manageable and so that the spending is rolled out in waves over time. All of those bundles will be brought to you sometime next year, but it's not all going to come to you all at once because that would be unmanageable for the grants and philanthropy department. So they'll be brought to council in waves within each of these general buckets.
And so that speaks to grants and philanthropy capacity, and to verify administration of funds is in part speaking to the administration by grants and philanthropy, correct? Or would it also, would that be the line where if there is some short-term or other staffing or contracted assistance to build out the capacity in that particular area? So for example, if there's small business supports, we in theory, not in reality, but in theory, we've got our community development director, an economic development manager, vacant, and an economic development specialist vacant. But newsflash, we have good news, or we've heard that there's making progress, that we'll have good news there. But so let's say that's that arm of that division. But let's say it's a really labor-intensive process to facilitate that. Councilman James very appropriately is asking, would we expect to see with these budget approvals and sort of distilled down programs, it's going to speak to capacity, and are even ARPA dollars able to be programmed that way when it comes to staff or contracted, or third-party entities that we might be partnering with to run a small business support operation?
Absolutely. So the intention, depending on the size of the program and our capacity, we will certainly RFP and contract out some of these services. Number one, we need to be responsible stewards of these resources, and we have to actually execute these programs, and we want to have real impact, so we want it done well. And understanding our capacity internally, if it's lacking, that certainly is not the best option, so contracting out would be the case. Two, we are on a pretty strict timeline here for the use of these resources, and understanding that they have to be fully expended by 2026. Certainly, in your example, a community development director would oversee a contracted firm that would be responsible for managing a business support program, but her team would not deliver the program in-house. Third, we don't want to begin the process of insourcing things that aren't our core competency. So if there are issue space experts who deliver a program that has a track record of success, we would want to employ their services to deliver good programming for our residents.
Questions about any of the categories? Questions about any of the categories or strategically? So I think you did a great job at the beginning breaking down that we are in one step of a multi-step process. This will be ongoing, it'll be thorough, and we want to maximize the transformational nature of these one-time opportunities to invest in our community for long-term benefit. Other questions about any of the categories or about the strategy broadly? Again, everything will have to follow through the required ordinance-established budget processes. So this allows the City Council to affirm for the administration that the broad strategy is where we would like to pursue. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Before we do whatever we're going to do, is there any way that the amounts can be changed, or is this finalized? This is the budget this is what you guys have allocated?
Well, we've got a limited pocket of money. So if we change anything, it all has to be within this. So we would have to subtract from one of those categories or eliminate one of those categories and replace or modify, and it would have to at least be eligible with the federal government. So this is an appropriate time to say, you know what, water quality remediation, hate it, don't think it's, I don't think that's the right strategy. I would like to collapse that and add it to X or Y. So, confirm for that would be appropriate. This would be a resolution that we could modify.
Correct. I'm looking for feedback at this time to better this proposal so that we can deliver quality services to the residents at the will of the council.
Councilman Rutherford.
I just think that more money need to be added to the arts. That's just my opinion, because the arts is so vital to this community, and we have so many artists in this community that could benefit from this opportunity. And I don't think 500,000 is enough. I'm not saying $1 million, but I'm saying maybe 750,000. There has to be a way to add more to that, because we're doing with childcare, which is very important. We're doing career training, which is very important. But we're doing small business, which is 2.5 million. Why couldn't we have added at least 750,000 to the arts department? I just don't understand that. And so that's what I'm looking for me to see.
Thank you for your feedback.
Mayor Graham.
Well, we're open to any and all ideas. Obviously, if we add money somewhere, we need to take it away from another priority. So that would be the question, I think, in terms of adding funds somewhere, is where would the proponent suggest we take funds out of elsewhere?
And do remember that we can always motion to postpone this for 1 week to keep the conversation going next week. Pro Tem Carrington.
Well, I'd definitely like to postpone until next week because I have some suggestions concerning workforce development. But basically, I want to have a more in-depth conversation with the mayor's office concerning that. And I hate to argue and defend tonight on something that I think that is very important.
Yeah.
Mayor's got a finger.
Yeah, and I'm very comfortable postponing for a week for sure, or I guess it wouldn't be a week; it would be 5 days at this point. But I would just note as we look to have future discussion around this. This is, again, I know we've said this, but we're not at this stage talking about the details of how to spend money within any one of these buckets, including workforce development. So if it's about the details of how to spend money within any of these buckets, there'll be lots of time to discuss those details beyond whatever date City Council votes to approve the allocations of these funds to these buckets.
Is there a motion to postpone for 1 week?
Yes.
Pro Tem Carrington moves to postpone the motion to adopt this resolution for, at the next regular City Council meeting, which is November 15th.
Support.
It has been seconded by Councilman Nicholson. Any discussion on the motion to postpone for the next regular meeting? Hearing no further discussion on postponement, roll call on that motion. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
No.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas, 1 nay.
Motion carries. It will be back on the agenda at the November 15th City Council meeting. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the contract between the city and Ameriscan for building document scanning services and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement?
So moved.
It has been moved by Councilman Nicholson, seconded by Councilman Rutherford. Administration has the floor for context.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would invite Ms. Martin back up to the podium to talk about this item. The crux of this, of course, is that we have an enormous number of physical building documents, plans, blueprints, other things that have accumulated over many decades that are occupying an enormous amount of space here at City Hall. And in order to have a better inventory of them, a better handle on what we have, to better organize them, and also to free up office space here as we hire additional staff at City Hall, it's really imperative that we scan them electronically. I'll also mention that that's really important in terms of just preserving the documents for posterity, is scanning them. And of course, that is a time-intensive and expensive process that outside contractors and firms perform. So that's what this item is all about. And without further ado, Ms. Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, my voice is losing my voice. I apologize. The competitive bid process was conducted in RFP for the city building scanning documents. It was posted to the purchasing webpage and also to BidNet, which is the solution that we use for competitive bid opportunities, on September the 2nd. The deadline for sealed bids occurred on October 3rd. The bid tabulation was processed, and the bid tabulation concluded that there were 8 firms responsive to our solicitation request. The firm that we're recommending for the bid award is Ameriscan. They are the lowest bidding firm. I did present this information to the subcommittee, Communications, Engagement, and Operations Subcommittee, just to find out if there were any questions or any that we needed to answer or address. I'm going to turn this over to Deputy Mayor. I know there were some questions about historical documents. I wasn't involved in that end of the process, but I believe that he did meet with Councilman McGinnis to find out what that was, and I'll let you take it from there.
Absolutely. Thank you. So yes, as Ms. Martin said, we did take this to the subcommittee, and there was a concern over the potential historic nature of some of the documents that we might have. And so I did meet with President McGinnis in his capacity as belonging to the Oakland County Historical Society. And he said that the Historical Society would be happy to take all of the documents after they had been scanned, determine which of those documents actually had historical value, preserve them, and then destroy the rest.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you to the council members that flagged that. I'm grateful that we'll be able to preserve them straight up by scanning them, because if, natural disaster, water main break, I'm certain there's too much priceless and precious local Pontiac history that's already been lost due to care or being discarded, but also due to that being the only copy. And so for us to have a digital copy is very important long-term for the efficiency of the city's operations. But for everyone's frame of reference, we're talking about almost like 25% of City Hall. It's a big piece of property that is just storing paper documents, as over the decades, if a builder comes in and they've got a blueprint and they're saying where this gas station entrance is going to go, we are retaining all of that for good reason, because it's important for the quality of operating our city and safety of buildings, but it is unwieldy, and so we've got to modernize, but we want to do it in a very deliberate way, so that way if in a file of a house on Colgate Avenue, District 4, and there's a photo in there from 1940, we're not just going to pitch it. We will find a way to, in addition, save the physical copy as the Historical Society space will allow. It'll be a big undertaking, but it's worth it. Any further discussion? Councilman Goodman.
The one question I have, and this can be answered probably rather simply, with trying to have the Historical Society go over those documents, is there anything of any confidential importance at all in those documents at all?
That is actually a wonderful question, and the answer is yes and no. So there is a subset of documents where we're not worried about that. So the blueprints, we're not worried about that at all. There is another subset of documents, which are all of the street files, which, depending on how recent those files are, they may potentially include some identifying information. And so that is something that we are working with the Historical Society to determine, do we want to say everything before this certain date, everything after a certain date, you don't even want to touch, for the fact that it may have that information in there? Or do you want to look differently at, adding additional costs to having someone go through it beforehand to determine that it's not, that it doesn't have identifying information that we would not want to just give away freely?
That's right, and it's an important question to maintain privacy. Another example of this is funeral home records. somebody passes away and it's got, burial information, it often had their social security number, things like that. Our historical society is a receipt, so there's different chain of custody processes that are there. We're talking about like from the 1920s, 30s, et cetera. So that won't impact this, but we don't have that finalized yet. We won't proceed with that sort of post-op, post-scanning part until that's ironclad to protect us as much as protecting current and former residents or business applicants. So we don't want that headache.
Thank you.
Other discussion on the resolution for the contract approval? Councilman Parker.
I just have a quick question, Ms. Martin. Is the handout that we got today different than this handout that was in the packet?
The handout that you have today has the bidder's response in it. The original packet did not have the response in it.
Okay.
So it was a correction, if you will. I did provide it to our city clerks this afternoon.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the proposal? What was the target date of completion? The target seems to be May of 2023, according to Mr. Wilson from the
I'm
back.
sorry, Mike. Mike is, I didn't know he was here. I was speaking on his behalf, so.
I believe it was May of '23, correct.
That's the target, and of course, may find that there's other issues procedurally that'll.
Well, we have, there's like 2 million paper documents that they still have to go through. Think about it, they have to open the folder, they have to take all the staples out, they have to get it all prepped to scan. I mean, it's labor intensive.
So to Councilman James' question about ARPA dollars, that ain't something we want to put on our very limited city staff. There are experts, vendors, that's their whole book of business. Other discussion? Hearing no further discussion, no motions to postpone. Councilman James.
Well, just one last question. Is it going to be traceable? I mean, will you be able to pull up or information?
Yes, all of the documents will be stored in Laserfish, so it is searchable by.
It will be
address
searchable, yeah.
And parcel ID number.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And currently, you're physically going down and wading into the bowels and say, oh, here's that house on Colgate Avenue?
That
Yikes.
is correct.
All right. Hearing no further discussion, no motions to postpone. Roll call on the adoption of the resolution to approve the contract between the city and Ameriscan for building document scanning services and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at public comment. We want to point out that we intentionally made it so that way our going into closed session came afterwards, so that way your time was respected. We recognize the hour is late, but we are talking about tens of millions of dollars that belong to you, so we are trying to be thorough and effective. Pro Tem Carrington, public comment requests.
Well, thank you, President McGinnis. Is it Lisa Barnes? Okay. Mr. Robert Bass.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Bass, Community Citizen District Council in District 1, and I'm going to try to condense this and hopefully I can get it clear. You just passed a non-overlay on Orchard Lake. I'm not rehashing that. What I'm doing is using it as an example of what has transpired. Bottom line is, when the ballot was passed to have medical marijuana, the citizens overwhelmingly said that they didn't want them in the neighborhood. That's not just District 1, but all neighborhoods. Okay, they created an overlay district, which is throughout the city on different sides. Okay, those overlay areas was partially to keep it in commercial areas, but also they made sure that the residents didn't want that to encroach upon the neighborhoods over in the overlay districts. Now, what has happened is we had unlimited storefront facilities. Now, this last overlay was, like I said, on Orchard Lake. Not only Orchard Lake, South Boulevard, Huron, various areas of the city has mixed-use areas, small snapshot areas that are for mixed use. So this particular area, it was mixed use, but it was more or less storefront. Now, what happened was this developer wanted to build a building, so as my understanding, to build a facility for medical marijuana. Now, it did not have enough parking space or maneuverable ability to deal with Orchard Lake. So they had already purchased a house or garage in the residential district. So what they've done is stretched out into the residential part of the district to put a parking lot. Now, what we don't want in District 1 is a lot of parking lots on lots or use parking lots to extend various lots. Now, we want your protection because we said we didn't want it in the neighborhood. Now, we know that some areas, as far as the unlimited use of storefronts, we're going to have some of that because it's going to be so close it might as well be in the neighborhood. But when it comes to developments like this last one that was okay, I hope you wouldn't do that again or help us so it won't happen again and we won't be inundated with marijuana facilities all over our district and our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Karen Jurgensen.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Karen Jorgensen, and I am representing Pontiac City Art Theater. I first of all want to give kudos to Vince in the DPW department. I had some problems with AT&T, and they had done some damage to my building. They had improperly installed their lines, and I wasn't getting very far with them, so Vince was able to meet with them and myself and get that rectified. So I was very, very pleased with that. I also want to give kudos to Larry in DPW and to Rachel McLaughlin. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. They were out today. Larry was out today, or Vince was out today. Larry, let me get it straight, was out today and removed the graffiti that was on our parking kiosks. So it looks so much better. We were very happy to host Pontiac Yacht Club for their gala. They had never done anything in Pontiac before, and they were super impressed with the theater and the downtown. The only thing they were not impressed was the parking, which still I would be more than happy to work with any of you in trying to move that as quickly as forward as possible. We did have an incident that happened. We had one of our guests that had an emergency situation, and we did have 3 doctors in the house. Star EMS was there within 2 minutes, and we also had the sheriff's department there. So kudos to everyone that came and helped, and I think that a lot of people were very impressed with the services that we have available in Pontiac, so I was very glad about that. Very excited that Alexander Zonchuk's show is sold out. I have 2 or 3 tickets left, and he has an event in Flint the day prior to ours for a number of thousands of people. He loves Pontiac and really wants to come and do his 4th show in our venue, so we're very, very excited about that. I've gotten really good responses from the Bobolo Boat documentary that we are doing starting November 18th through the 27th, and our hometown Quincy Stewart will be performing on December 30th. We're also starting 2 things. On Tuesday nights, we will be doing a jam session with professional musicians, and Thursday nights, we will start doing our art movies with the in collaboration with the Main Art Theater. So, and I just want to have a shout out to the Marines. It's the 247th year that they have been an organization, so thanks to the Marines. And thanks to all of you. You're doing an incredible job, and just by being here this late. And I know you've got quite a bit more time that you're going to be working, but thank you for all that you do.
I'm sorry. That's why they should never hand anything to me while I'm trying to do one thing. Mr. Bill Maxey.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Pontiac, community at large, and governors, community activists, and armed forces hat. Thank you for your resolutions for the veterans. I would like to have a copy of that for the breakfast tomorrow morning, beginning at 9, between 9 and 11. Quickly, off the press, our committee, we are dealing with DTE and consumers, special program for seniors, special program for seniors. Secondly, CVS and Rite Aid. Those of you who need hearing aids, we checked, the cost was $3,000. Now it's down to approximately $750, a great reduction. Thirdly, for all spouses of veterans who are deceased, there is new regulation, Army regulations for monies for light, mortgage, rent, but no taxes. This is hot off the press. Call one number, One Stop Shop, 248-762-4953. Council persons all over the district, your citizens voted for you. And this is who we hear from. Last but not least, I said to you 4 weeks ago, Mrs. X had 25 breathing machines in her home, overcome by gas, EMS. She was transported, came back home. Now, guess what? As of last night, I get a call. I asked you not to sign lease. Mrs. X rent went from $600 to $1,200. I just don't be up here talking. And I can prove. Seniors continue to be raped, misused, and abused. There are other things that Older Adults Act. I sit on the OSHA board for that. I sit on MESAC. I probably sit on several boards that do direct service. Lately, I'm on the Michigan Trust Funds for veterans to make sure that Oakland County veterans are taken care of. I'm one of the 5 that make decisions. So again, when I come to this podium, it's not about me. It's about SERVICE, okay? To our citizens who need it the most. Again, I thank you for the resolutions, and I would like to have a copy of that. Like to read it to the veterans tomorrow morning, 9 to 11, we're having our breakfast. So thanks again, and please digest what I said about the lady with the 25 breathing machines, about help for light, rent, and gas. I'm not going to talk about OSA tonight. We have a proposal out for OSA who will help the
That does
disadvantaged
conclude your time.
and economically concerned. I know you're going to cut me off, but thank you. I said what I want to say.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Veronica Taylor.
Good honor, Councilman and Mayor of the City of Pontiac. You want to set the meter? You want to set the timer?
Oh, good call. Thank you.
First, I honor God, who's the head of my life. To my pastor, Pastor Parker, to this whole city of Pontiac, as being chose for the last 9 years as y'all voter protection woman and wearing a badge to make sure. I would like to thank the city of Pontiac for coming out voting. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart, not for no one candidate, for just doing the work as voting and come doing your diligence. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it a C.W. Joyce? Is that pronounced correct, sir? See,
It's an M. I can't write.
okay, no problem, thank you.
Everybody knows it. Anyway, after being in all the city council meetings and everything, there's always a need for revenue. And subsequently, there's always a need for better roads. So I'd like to invite all of you, the city council, and whoever's interested, to walk down M59, especially M59 between both legs of Woodward, all the way down, and up and down Telegraph, and what was the other one? Up and down Woodward, where you'll notice a copious amount of automotive debris, mainly from collisions. It's gotten to the point where the only time you see a sheriff is when they're racing down M59 to go to the cop shop and punch out. And I think that, you know, the income generated would go a long way, especially since a lot of these people who are speeding, or these trucks that are overloaded, because you can tell when they're overloaded, they hit a small bump and the whole building shakes. So I think maybe, I don't know what the exact terms of your contract with the Oakland County Sheriff's details out to, but I think it, you know, they have a waymaster, and they could probably have a few more patrols on these major streets that people from outside the community are treating as an interstate. And that will be all.
Thank you, sir. Pastor Kathy.
Okay, I have 5 things, so I've got to go through them quickly. First of all, I want to thank Garland for a very well-run and done election. Thanks for all the hard work. That's a huge job. Number 2, last week I had requested prayer for Pastor Estrada, whose family was killed in a head-on collision. Don't think your prayers don't work. His son, who they didn't think would live 2 hours, walked out of that hospital this week. He's got a long, hard road ahead. They started home. Another son, they went to see another son on the way home, and he got hit by a car yesterday. Talk about families being under attack, but he's going to live as well. So a lot of people have stopped me and asked me the status, so I thought I would give it tonight. Your prayer's working. Thank you. Number 3, please, when you're striping, consider Pontiac Road in front of the Social Security office. That's just horrible there. Somebody's going to get killed. It's really, really bad, especially if it's raining and it's dark. The status, number 4, status of the vests for the police that we were supposed to have had quite a while ago now. The grant requirements, I have a couple of questions for Ms. Borngasser. Are there federal requirements on the contractors that we can use for things that we need contractors for? For instance, do they have to be union? Do they have to be federal? Can we use local that are not? Independents, that kind of thing. I think that's something we kind of need to know. And one more thing. All these historical documents, which just sounds beyond overwhelming, are they already sorted by departments by any chance? Or are they going to have to go through every single document and somehow sort them out afterward?
Well, thank you. Ms. Renee Beckley.
I'm going to explain something to this council. We are members of the public. We, the people that come here and speak, are members of the public. Public body is elected officials while you are sitting there, not on your off time, but you are elected officials. This is PA 269, explaining what and who can do what at a council meeting or while on government time. Now, a public body That's you got that confused with members of the public. A public body is the state agency, department, divisions, council, and authority of the executive branch or the legislative branch. Okay, so that means you cannot speak or campaign or support issues while you're sitting there. Members of the public, us, we can say what we want. One, we have the First Amendment right, and this also says so. This does not apply to the members of the public. It applies to you. When you're off duty or you can even excuse yourself, I'm not speaking as counsel, you can't campaign for yourself, but you say, well, you could vote for this issue. Also, off duty from City Hall, you can come in here and another group will probably have to sponsor it, but you could attend that and speak at that function. So Kermit was confused, and that lady, the referee, was confused between the public, members of the public, and public body. Public body is the council and elected officials. We can speak on any issue. If we vote on it and you want us to vote on stuff, we could speak it. We could ask questions on it. We're confused on it. You know, we might have to come here. Maybe I'm not going to ask you about it because I was looking on the internet before I get here. So you got to get rid of that because I'm going to come down here and speak on whatever I like, as long as it's not insulting or whatever offensive, I can do that. But you are limiting people to speak on an issue they have a right to speak on. So you are in violation of that resolution that you did. So we could support candidates and we can endorse candidates and proposals. Public body can. Not you, because while you're sitting there, you're on public time with public money. That's where the funds come in. I will copy this and give this to Attorney Sharp. This is from the website, Michigan Municipal League 2016, campaigning by public officials, PA 269, do and don'ts. This explains exactly what you're doing wrong.
Thank you. Ms. Gloria Miller.
Okay, now I'm going to ask the body up there a couple questions, and then I'm going to speak to the residents. First, I'm going to go with you, Mayor. Mayor, do we have a finance director as of yet, and why not if we don't? Because without that finance director, you guys don't get in a lot of trouble. And I got experience to tell you how, if you want to know, if you want to call me and ask me. Okay, second of all, Mayor, who does our printing for the city? The brochures, the flyers, the leaflets. Who does that for the city? That's the second question. Now, I want to go to Councilman Parker. Last week, I didn't speak on it last week, or maybe it was the week before, and I had mentioned about a client. I'm not trying to do your job. Not at all. I am having the time of my life. I'm just enjoying life. God is good. My constituents calls me because they know they can trust me. I love them, and no matter whether I'm in that seat up there or I'm not, I'm coming to their aid for the ones that loves me and supports me. I've been in this city all my life, and believe it or not, I got some friends, and I have some supporters. So I bring that to you because you left them out there. One thing my constituents say, I don't care what is not my job. When they call me, I go to them. Then I determine who should take it from there, because that's what I do. I'm a servant. I'm still a servant, and I'm not even on the council. And they can call me anytime they want if they got an issue. I'll go to bat for them. That's what I do. Now, third of all, you know, I was listening about that purchasing. You know, any amount of money really that comes up in the city should go before the council. Because, see, all you do is you're knocking it down, that 5,000, so they're going to send $499, $499, and see, it's not coming to you. And then one day you're going to look up and say, like I did. If anybody watched the council when I was on the 10th council, I used to get up there and read the reports of all the money that was expended out every month that comes on that report. But nobody believed me, thought I was just being a hater. And look what we ate. Got auditors in here and people in trouble for it right now. And I just want to say one thing. You could say anything you want. I have had people that call me from different states say, when I'm on the mic, you guys shut me off. Okay, IT. But you know one thing I said this earlier to another person. I work for the people. God knows my heart. There's nothing that scares me. Nobody can scare me. I'm going to speak truth to power. This is what I do. And one thing my constituents can know about me, I'm never going to do them more harm. I'm never going to take money from them. If it's wrong, I'm walking away from it. And I don't kiss no butt. I don't sell them out. That is not how I do things. But when I see you, I'm calling you out. You call me out too. But I noticed that I'm getting a lot of calls that you cut me off. I just want the citizens to know that.
Thank you. Mr. Gred, Musca Valley?
Good evening to the good citizens of Pontiac. My name is Greg Muscovali. Good evening, City Council, Mayor Grimal. I'm here tonight to lighten the mood a bit right now. We've all been here late and a little tired. But I'm here to invite everyone to attend the South Boulevard tree lighting event Saturday, November 26th, 7 o'clock. That's the Saturday after Thanksgiving on Franklin Road and South Boulevard, right across the street from Concourse Market. There'll be free hot chocolate and donuts with special guests from Frosty the Snowman, Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus, and City Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford. So please come help us light up the children's faces. Tonight there was a lot of kids here, and I would love to see them be able to enjoy an event like this right in their own neighborhood. These kids don't have to have their parents take them anywhere else but right where they live. So please come and join us to bring in the holiday season. This event is sponsored by the dynamic District 1.
Thank you, sir. President McGinnis, that concludes public comment.
Roger that. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed in closed session to consider and discuss the confidential legal opinion concerning the recreational marijuana regulation?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Nicholson. The resolution reads, whereas in November 2018, the state of Michigan approved the Michigan Regulation and Taxation of Marijuana Act, 2018 initiated Law 1 MCL 333.279151 at SEQ, which allows the recreational possession and use of cannabis and taxation of revenue from cannabis business in the state. And whereas the mayor directed the city's outside legal counsel, Clark Hill PLC, to prepare and present a legal opinion outlining the legal issues and concerns in connection with the municipal licensing and regulation of recreational marijuana. Whereas the Michigan Open Meetings Act provides that a public body may meet in closed session to consider material exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute. And whereas written confidential communications that are subject of attorney-client privilege are exempt from disclosure and may be discussed in closed session pursuant to Section 8H of the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268H. Now therefore be it resolved, the City Council will proceed in closed session pursuant to Section 8H of the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268H, to review and discuss confidential attorney-client communication and legal opinion concerning legal issues and ramifications in connection with the municipal licensing and regulation of recreational marijuana. Any discussion on the motion before us? So what we'll do is, if this motion carries, we will proceed into closed session. We will announce the time that we go into. It could be lengthy, it could be short, but then when we come out, we vote to come out of closed session, and we'll document that time accordingly, and then conclude the meeting with council communications, mayor's communications, closing comments, and adjournment. So I want to make sure that all members of the public were aware of that. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing none, roll call on the adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker. Rutherford.
Yes.
Harrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
This meeting is we are move into closed session at 9:56 p.m. Yeah. Good call.
Mr. Maxey. Mr. Maxey.
The marijuana statute, I don't know.
Please take your seats. Please take your seats so we can vote to come out of closed session. Could I please have a motion to come out of closed session?
Supported.
It has been moved by Councilman Goodman, supported by Councilman Parker, that we come out of closed session. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, you are out of order, Mayor Grimel and Ms. McNichol. Hearing no discussion on the motion before us, on the motion to come out of closed session, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are back out of closed session at 12:02 p.m.
A.M.
Oh, Lord, 12:02 a.m. I want to note that during the course of the closed session, Councilman Nicholson had to return to work, so he has since departed the meeting. We are now at City Council communications. For the sake of time, I want to share with the community that they are printed and on the agenda. And our next meeting is November 15th, so we can capture them and share them then. We're now at Mayor's Office Communications, but both of his items have been said before, so I don't think he needs to say anything else unless he insists.
I do not insist, and you're right that I have publicized both of these items many times.
Very good. We're at closing comments. Mayor Grimel, you have the floor.
Well, thank you, President McGinnis. In the interest of time, I don't want to get into a ton of information, but one thing that I just did want to note is I know the previous council's allocation of CDBG dollars for the Pontiac Panthers has come up a number of times, including tonight. And I do want to just be really clear about the status of that. The Community Development Block Grant Program, the CDBG program, which is HUD dollars that flow to the city and have been administered by Oakland County, have income eligibility requirements associated with them, such that the money has to go to individuals who qualify based on income. That's HUD's view, it's Oakland County's view, and we have reached out to the Pontiac Panthers to get that information so that we can properly disperse funds in accordance with federal HUD rules and regulations. And we have not, at least yet, gotten that required information from the Pontiac Panthers. So just to be clear, nobody is refusing to disperse money to the Pontiac Panthers. We're simply looking for the requisite information as required by law in order to properly disperse or expend that money. I did mention to one of the leaders of Pontiac Panthers tonight that I'd be happy to sit down with her and have a more in-depth conversation with the relevant staff here at City Hall to kind of walk through that process. And hopefully she'll take me up on the offer to sit down and try to work through it.
Clerk Doyle, your closing comments. Let's give a rousing round of applause for the clerk's office and the clerk as well. The marathon work of administering the democratic process here for the citizens of Pontiac. Clerk Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just be very brief. I just want to thank all the citizens who came out and voted on Tuesday.
Very good. We're at City Council closing comments. Councilman Rutherford, anything to say?
Yes, short but sweet. To whom much is given, much required. I want to thank the city of Pontiac for once again showing up and showing out and supporting both the Panthers and the Chief Huskies. I also want to just mention that on November the 19th, we have our District 1 Fellowship Thanksgiving meeting, which is going to be at the Bowen Center from 11 to 1. And also I want to mention that I have my free coat giveaway. There's still time to donate brand new coats so that every citizen who needs a coat can receive a coat. And lastly, I want to thank my colleagues, especially Mike McGinnis, William Parker, William Carrington, and to Mayor Grimel, who, when I said earlier, was on the horn trying to figure out a way to help the team that I support and ride for. It shows great leadership when I can count on y'all when my back is against the wall. And I thank you publicly and I thank you privately, but I thank you from the bottom of my heart because that meant a great deal to me. And to that I say, good night.
Councilman Goodman, District 3, closing comments.
I will save everything for mostly next Tuesday. I just want to thank the clerk's office for all their hard work. Of course, I saw Mary Castro out there all day, the entire time, doing her hard work. But I want to save that congratulations when there's more people actually in the chambers, because they do deserve that congratulations. So with that, I'm good for the night.
Yeah, amen. We'll be sure to reemphasize that acknowledgement next Tuesday. Councilwoman Kathleen James, District 4.
Yes, I don't have any comment tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Parker.
No comments. Have a great evening, Pontiac. Or great morning.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Good night. Oh, I'm sorry, good morning.
And I'm Mike McGinnis. Good night. We love you, and we'll see you at the next regular city council meeting, where we resume on Tuesdays, November 15th, 6 p.m. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilman Rutherford, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Roll call, Clerk Doyle. Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
We stand adjourned at 12:08 a.m., a new record for this body of the council.